CBS News. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan, Sunday on CBS.
Well, let me start with this.
This really
Have you told the government?
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
You want me to just
What's
keep
wrong
going?
with that argument?
What have you learned?
Do you know why?
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 It's time for 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS.
Hello, everyone. I'm Major Garrett in Washington. Welcome to our special coverage of President Trump's address to Congress. In just 4 hours, the president will speak to both chambers, the House and the Senate, invited guests, and quite obviously, a curious global audience. In the speech, he will describe his vision for America's future. There'll be economics in there, immigration, international policy, probably a lot more. Worth reminding ourselves that just 6 weeks ago, Mr. Trump became only the second president in this nation's history to be sworn in for a second non-consecutive term, the other being Democrat Grover Cleveland. And it has been, within the Trump White House, a very busy 6 weeks. Already we have seen dramatic cuts within the size of the federal workforce, set in motion by Elon Musk, and done so with the acceptance and vocal encouragement of the president. There have been a great number of executive orders, more than 70, in fact, and at least for the moment, an order by the president to pause military aid to Ukraine. And just last night, at about midnight, here on the East Coast, sweeping tariffs went into effect against America's three largest trading partners, Canada, Mexico, and China. For their part, Canada and China have already launched retaliatory tariffs. The Mexican government has vowed to respond within the week. These actions have, at least for the moment, plunged the United States into what can only be described as a full-blown trade war. The stock market went down today as investors try to figure out just how long this trade conflict will continue. President Trump said these tariffs are necessary to level the economic playing field internationally and here at home. And he also hopes it will encourage Canada, Mexico, and principally China to stop the flow of fentanyl coming in to the United States. I want to start our special coverage with CBS News congressional correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns on Capitol Hill and CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang at the White House. Weijia, let me play for you in the audience something that Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said in remarks after the tariffs went into effect against Canada and Mexico. Let's get that on the, let's listen to that.
Now, it's not in my habit to agree with the Wall Street Journal. But Donald, they point out that even though you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do.
Weijia, the reaction at the White House to the tariffs and how they will factor in, if at all, in tonight's address.
Well, I just got out of some source meetings here at the White House, Major, and the president is expected to devote a significant portion of his speech tonight on the economy, and he will talk about tariffs. Of course, he made this decision yesterday on the eve of this massive speech. It's not an accident because he wanted to have key deliverables to show that he is doing things to impact the U.S. economy. Now, whether that is positive or negative, that is not for us to decide. But you can see how the market is reacting. You can see in various studies on consumer confidence that it is having an impact on spending already and on how people perceive the economy. But the president insists that this is necessary because he says this is not just about tariffs. It's about using it as a tool to force our neighbors, Canada and Mexico, to do more on the fentanyl crisis, to stop the flow of that illegal drug into the U.S. But, Major, it's important to note, and it's something that Trudeau himself pointed out, that the amount of fentanyl that comes from our northern border is less than 0.5% of all the fentanyl that comes through into the United States. So he is asking why Canada is still, being punished in this way. Now, what's interesting, Major, is that Trudeau went on to say that, there will be retaliatory tariffs on American exports. And the president posted on Truth Social that if that happens, he's just going to raise the amount of tariffs on Canadian imports. So for you to say that this is pretty much an all-out trade war, Major, is absolutely correct. How that's going to have an impact on the economy. It already is, but the longer-term impact we'll have to see.
Yeah, the Prime Minister said those tariffs on U.S. imports to Canada will be on $150 billion of those, $30 billion up front, and then on $125 billion over time. So it is not a full-blown application of all available tariffs, 25% on everything, but 25% on $30 billion up front, and maybe as many as $150 billion over time. Caitlin Huey-Burns on Capitol Hill, to the degree you found out today, what has been the reaction among Republicans and Democrats?
Well, Major, the president likes to say his favorite word in the dictionary is tariff. He said that over and over on the campaign trail. He said that while he has been president. I can say that that is not the favorite word of most Republicans up here on Capitol Hill. And they're kind of in this difficult position of not wanting to separate themselves from the president very vocally, but they are starting to raise concerns about the impact that this could have on their constituents. We're particularly hearing concerns from Republicans from big farming states, from big manufacturing states, kind of starting to raise their hand and say, look, I'm a little bit concerned about the impact on prices this will have on consumers in my area or on industry in my area. We heard from Senate Majority Leader John Thune today saying, it's no secret that I do not exactly share the sentiment of Trump when it comes to tariffs. However, they are giving him the latitude to use this as a negotiating tactic. And that kind of speaks to the overall theme we've seen from Republicans on Capitol Hill throughout this young presidency so far, is that they have disagreements with the president, but they don't really vocalize them in kind of on hair on fire types of ways, because they also know that their base of supporters are very in line with the president and what he wants to do. So they're giving him time, leeway, and some deference on this, even though it's not really a traditionally conservative standpoint.
Weija, back to you at the White House. Some developments on the Ukraine front today, and clearly that will be part of the president's speech tonight as well.
Major, I will get to that in a second, but the beauty of live television and breaking news is that you never know when it's going to come. And we just learned that the president's Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, said that as soon as tomorrow, there could be an announcement that the U.S. is going to reduce the amount, the percentage of tariffs on Canada and Mexico. Of course, it's at 25% now. We don't know what it will be reduced to. We know that he said it's not going to be paused or eliminated, but we do expect that number to go down. We also know that one thing Trump pays a lot of attention to is the stock market. And so this has to be, at least in part, a reaction to those tumbling numbers. Yes, as far as Ukraine and foreign policy goes, that is another big portion of what the president is supposed to talk about tonight. And when I say he wanted to have something to be able to present the American people, that is the pause of Ukrainian aid by the U.S., as the administration says, in their words, contemplates to make sure that any money that goes out is going to go toward a solution. Of course, President Trump has been pushing for a quick ceasefire, and that's not exactly what Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, agreed to. But I will say Zelensky issued a lengthy statement. He stopped short of apologizing, but agreed it was time to get things back on track, Major.
And it might also augur well for the signing of that thing last Friday that was supposed to be signed at the White House, a minerals deal between the United States and Ukraine. We'll keep very close attention to that. That's why we said at the top of the show, investors were curious just how long this trade war would last. It sounds like there's already some reassessment from the Commerce Secretary and the administration. Weija Jiang at the White House, Caitlin Huey-Burns on Capitol Hill. Thank you very much. I want to bring in our political reporter panel, Jasmine Wright and Daniela Diaz. Jasmine is a politics reporter for Notice, and Daniela is a congressional reporter for Notice. Remember, Notice News of the U.S. So, Jasmine, great to see you. What do you expect in the speech tonight?
Well, we had a report out today that no matter what the substance is, obviously, it's about America renewal. The White House says President Trump is going to talk about what he believes are his accomplishments in just these 30-plus days. Also kind of level set what the country has gone through the last 4 years and how he views the way forward to change it, to really bring forth his America First agenda. But I think what might be the most interesting part of it is not just what he says, but how he says it. If you remember, Major, when Trump entered the White House in 2017, he gave his first joint address to Congress. He really was taking kind of a more solemn tone, trying to reintroduce himself to America and say basically to Republicans and Democrats, let's put away the trivial fights. This time around, that is not the Trump that we're going to see. We're going to see what one source told me was an impassioned Trump, one that's not using flowery language, but is talking directly to the Republican Congress and to the American people, basically showing that he is the president and it is his country under his rule, and they basically should acquiesce to what he wants to do.
And the things he is aggressively trying to set in motion and why. Daniela Diaz, you had some interesting reporting about advice given from senior House Republican leaders to the rank-and-file House Republicans about how they should possibly avoid town halls because in some instances they become a little unruly.
That's exactly right, Major. It was really interesting to hear from these Republicans during that closed-door meeting that took place this morning off campus. It was a political meeting where Richard Hudson, who, of course, is the NRCC chair, the campaign arm for House Republicans, was telling rank and file to not host in-person town halls because, as we've seen in the last 2 weeks, a lot of these town halls have had disgruntled constituents who have been speaking out against a lot of these cuts that we're seeing coming from Elon Musk, the Trump advisor and billionaire who is part of Doge and making cuts to the federal government. They've been speaking out. And they also say that instead, maybe they should be holding teletown halls or Facebook Lives to avoid a lot of the conflict. Now, of course, Republicans pointing to all of these constituents being angry activists from Indivisible, from Move On. Trump, of course, posting on Truth Social that they're actually paid activists. That is, of course, is not clear, but it is an interesting move from leadership to advise Republicans not to have more viral moments that are creating, of course, negative attention for Republicans as they're trying to push their agenda.
And Dale, as I understand it, Elon Musk and House Republicans are going to meet tomorrow evening to hash out some of these matters.
That's exactly right. We are aware that the ultra-conservative caucus, Freedom Caucus members are going to go to the White House and meet with Donald Trump. Now, the biggest thing happening right now on during this State of the Union, or excuse me, joint address, is technically not a State of the Union, but Trump's joint address to the Congress, is that there's a upcoming government funding deadline that they need to address that they still don't have a plan for. And that is, of course, on March 14th, government funding is going to run out, Major, and they're trying to figure out how to get conservatives on board with a continuing resolution or some sort of stopgap measure to fund the government at its current levels so they can continue working on appropriations bills and cutting government funding. So there will be meetings where Donald Trump is going to really try to advise rank-and-file members, conservatives in the conference, to go along with his plan for a CR so that they can work on their priorities. But, of course, important to remember, a lot of them are going to be here tonight, including Elon Musk, who is expected to be in the chamber for the first time with this Republican trifecta. You know, they have the majority in the House and the Senate, so you can really feel the energy here. I'm just outside the House chamber, so even ahead of tomorrow's meeting, we'll be seeing a little bit of that tonight, Major.
Jasmine, to Danielle's point, this is now a speech in part to shift to the legislative part of the mechanics because executive orders have effect. They're meaningful. There have been a lot of them. Trump will speak to all of that. But he's got to turn in a legislative direction to get the other things on his agenda moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible, Major. If you think about the fact that so far in office, I mean, he's been in office for 5 weeks, I think. He's already signed over 75 executive orders, eclipsing both his record when he first started in office, Joe Biden's record when he first started in office, really kind of pushing the limits in some respects onto where or how much presidential power he can use. But you're right, it does have to shift into that legislative area. He has often talked about wanting Congress to pass one beautiful big bill that has all of his what he wants to do with his America First agenda, from border security to extending those tax cuts to making sure that some of, trying to keep okay Medicare and Social Security, but still pushing some of the things that he wants to see done. done. But of course, this Congress is really fractured within the Republican Party, and Democrats have basically said that they do not want to help Trump in any manner so far. And so they're really going to have to lean on all sides of their Republican Party to try to get something passed. And I think it's going to be really, really difficult for them, even though they've kind of passed the first step, which is putting forth that framework through the House.
Jasmine Wright, Danielle Diaz, thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be joined by the Republican Congressman from Maryland, Andy Harris. He's also the chair of the House Freedom Caucus, who will be meeting with President Trump at the White House tomorrow. That's next. You're watching Continuous, CBS News 24/7, our special coverage of the president's joint address to Congress.
If anyone tells you that America's best days are behind her, they're looking the wrong way.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se.
When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like health care?
That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. That means a civil conversation with perspective.
Sunday morning, Wicked Oscar nominee Cynthia Erivo. A few words from Flo, plus 100 years of The New Yorker. Listen for the trumpet.
It was almost like being face to face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports.
I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7. CBS Sunday night.
Here we go.
The ultimate tradition continues.
From what I've seen, it's like chaos.
America's longest-running news magazine show is back.
For 60 minutes!
60 minutes.
With a new season.
Hey, let's go.
You're willing to talk about anything. I'm open to all of it. Ask me the hard-hitting questions. So how do you get over the nerves? Honestly, it's a whole bunch of mind
The most influential people.
Who's the best coach in college football?
Let me see a mirror so I can look at it.
Are you a billionaire yet? None of your business. Ain't you trying to get me robbed?
Investigative journalism.
Am I getting a real look at what life is like in here today? Absolutely not.
Do you think people visiting know that these were looted?
When stories threaten our way of life, 60 Minutes demands answers.
This is the pager that Hezbollah was using.
Do you have hope that you may find him yet? They were asking me to do something that was illegal.
They're fighting for faulty parts?
Yeah.
What is the most important takeaway for our audience?
How big of a problem is doping?
Where was the military?
Why are people suspicious?
That sounds like a problem.
How is this possible?
Oh, come on.
Come on.
Whoa.
Wow.
What is going on?
I'm Scott Pelley.
I'm John Worth.
I'm Leslie Stahl.
I'm Bill Whitaker.
I'm Sharon Alfonsi.
I'm Cecilia Vega.
I'm Anderson Cooper.
This is 60 Minutes.
The CBS News original.
Showtime, baby.
It's time for 60 Minutes Sunday on CBS. Don't miss a minute. Now streaming. What happens when you get conversation over conflict?
I think they've taught me to have grace and compassion.
When we follow the human side of the headline.
I'm not asking that we ignore disability, rather that we do not ignore ability.
When news takes you where the story happens.
We've just crossed into Lebanon.
When the world's best journalists come together to cover your world, you get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
Welcome back. House Republican leaders is encouraging Republican members of the conference to think twice before holding more in-person town hall meetings. That because constituents, including some Democrats, have been protesting something that's going to come up in the president's speech tonight. Elon Musk and Department of Government efficiency cuts to the federal workforce. Speaker Mike Johnson was asked about that today.
The best thing that our members can do is communicate directly, frequently, consistently with their constituents, and there are other avenues to do it than just going in to try to give the other side sound bites. I mean, they're doing this for the cameras, we all know it, and I think it's wise not to play into it right now.
Maryland Republican Congressman Andy Harris joins me now. He is the chair of the House Freedom Caucus. Congressman, is that good advice from the Speaker, not to do these in-person town halls?
Well, I think it's great advice because we need to reach out to many more people than you can put in a town hall. Those are dozens or maybe a couple of hundred. When I do my telephone town halls, we reach thousands. That's the goal, reach as many as you can. And the theatrics at some of these town halls, again, George Soros-funded theatrics, are, they're over the top. They distract from communicating to the average person.
Does it in any way make it look as if Republicans are afraid at any level to engage in this debate with those who are unhappy at their town halls?
Well, only if you don't ask the Republicans how many thousands they've reached on telephone town halls. The fact of the matter is that's the technology we should be using now. We should be reaching out to as many people as possible, not to an isolated few in a town hall.
You're going to meet with the president, that is to say yourself and the Freedom Caucus, at the White House tomorrow. What's on the agenda, and what is the Freedom Caucus's current point of view on a continuing resolution to avoid a government shutdown?
Well, we of course helped deliver the votes on the budget resolution last week. I believe that we will help deliver the votes on the continuing resolution next week. The president has asked for a continuing resolution to the end of the fiscal year to advance his agenda, and I think that we're going to try to deliver it.
In the way that the Speaker has currently described it, you don't have any objections to the Speaker's approach on resolving the continuing resolution, essentially keeping Biden's spending levels through the remainder of the fiscal year?
No, I don't have it at all because President Biden's not in the Oval Office and he's not actually deciding how the spending goes. The bottom line is the president, through the executive action, is deciding how that goes. This will freeze spending at the current level. I think Americans don't want to increase spending. They realize a $2 trillion deficit is probably just about as high as we really should be going. And I think they look forward to, again, the economies and the efficiencies of the Trump administration.
Do you believe, Congressman, that the tariffs imposed today on Canada and Mexico will last for a long time, or they are a short-term means by which to get to something else?
I think that's right. I think what the president has said, he said he wants the borders controlled. He wants to stop the flow of fentanyl across both our southern border and our northern border. And I think if Canada and Mexico take steps toward that, I think that those tariffs will be relieved.
I want to play for you some sound from President Trump, January 2020, celebrating the USMCA, the trade agreement that these tariffs violate. I want you to listen to that, please.
USMCA is the largest, fairest, most balanced and modern trade agreement ever achieved. There's never been anything like it. Other countries are now looking at it, but there can't be a border like that because, believe it or not, that is by far the biggest border anywhere in the world in terms of economy, in terms of people. There's nothing even close.
So, Congressman, if in President's words, it's the largest, fairest, and most balanced trade agreement ever, why do we need tariffs?
Well, because Mexico basically was a co-conspirator with the Biden administration, allowing 10 million people across our southern border unregulated, allowing unregulated fentanyl across our southern border. I think he thought that Canada and Mexico would keep up their part of that bargain. Well, obviously they didn't. Hopefully they will in the future. And again, we can scale back those tariffs.
Yes or no? Do you have any fear that these tariffs, if they are long running, will increase prices for your consumers in your district?
Well, that's a hypothetical question. I don't think they're going to be, just as I just said, I don't think they're going to be long running. I think they're going to achieve the goal of decreasing fentanyl crossing our borders.
What's your definition of long running?
More than a couple months. Look, I think we saw from Mexico's action 2 months ago that they folded in about 2 days. I don't know how long this is going to take. These countries will try to play the victim, but in fact, the victims are the families who has members that died from fentanyl. They're the real victims here, not Canada and Mexico.
Congressman Andy Harris, Maryland. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
One of the memorable promises of President Trump's campaign for re-election, cutting taxes on tips. We'll speak next to a Democratic lawmaker and his special guest at tonight's joint address after the break. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
I told you earlier, all the talk of America's economic decline is political hot air. Well, so is all the rhetoric you hear about our enemies getting stronger and America getting weaker. Let me tell you something. The United States of America is the most powerful nation on earth.
Can see clearly now. Clearly, CBS Mornings.
Weekdays on CBS.
Yeah!
Tony, coming?
No, I'm gonna stick around for an hour.
Hey!
CBS Mornings Plus with Adriana Diaz and Tony DeCopel, right after CBS Mornings.
It's just like mornings.
Plus fun.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be a bright, sunshiny day.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare. I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
When you need your sports news all the time,
we've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you.
Big news coming out of the NFL. A lot of movement in the rankings this week.
With highlights.
What a finish at the final round of play.
And in-depth analysis.
Can they three-peat? Tony Romo joins the conversation.
What can you say about this game?
When you need your sports in a snap,
we're bringing you that breaking news right here on HQ.
Find it on CBS Sports HQ. Streaming free anywhere you are.
While America's relaxing policies around social media and the internet, Germany is cracking down on lies and vitriol online.
How do people react when you take their phones from them?
They are shocked.
Which approach makes more sense? Plus, Timothy Chalamet only on 60 Minutes.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go with the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes.
Like a John Grisham novel come to life.
Real lives.
He pointed a gun to me and said, "This is the day you die." And he shot me.
Real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
I'm an innocent man, and I hope the whole world can see it now.
Catch the latest episodes. Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
The all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This is CBS.
I'm a problem solver, and I will work with anyone who is actually here to work. As your senator, that will always be my first priority.
That was Michigan Democratic Senator Alyssa Slotkin, who will have the daunting political task of delivering the Democratic response to President Trump's joint address to Congress. Nevada Democratic Congressman Stephen Horsford is here now. He is joined by his invited guest to tonight's joint address, Yolanda Garcia. She is a member of the Culinary Workers Union, I believe, in Las Vegas, and is a tipped hospitality worker. Yolanda, we'll get to you in a moment. Congressman Horsford, why did you bring Yolanda tonight, and what issue do you want to bring to attention?
Well, thank you for having us on, Major. I am honored to have Yolanda as my guest for the State of the Union. You know, I suspect the president will talk tonight about the no tax on tips issue. He has a concept of a plan. Meanwhile, I've introduced a bill, the TIPS Act, which not only eliminates the tax on tips for tipped workers, which a tip is a gift, not a guarantee, but I also raise the wage for workers, 6 million of who are paid as little as $2.13 an hour. That is not enough to earn a living off of. It's one job should be enough. And Yolanda is a fountain worker at Resorts World in Las Vegas. She represents culinary workers who are fighting for better wages and to eliminate the tax on tip. And I'm proud to have her tonight as my guest.
And Yolanda, if I could ask you, during the campaign, former President Trump, now again President Trump, really gave voice to this idea of no tax on tips, made it a kind of national point of conversation. Do you in any way find encouragement from the president's advocacy?
Yes, I remember that. But the thing is, right now he has signed a lot of bills, but I haven't seen him sign the promise that he said about no tax on tips. So right now, that's what we're waiting for on President Trump.
And when you think about this issue and your work-today life, Yolanda, how does it matter to you personally? Yolanda, could you hear the question?
No.
No, we didn't hear that.
I'm sorry. So, Yolanda, when you think about this issue, no tax on tips, how would that affect your life economically?
That affects me because we have a tip compliance that is higher what we usually make. Like I was said before, tips are a gift, not a guarantee. So I don't have the income like is going to be there like every single day.
Congressman Horsford, as you know, last week the House passed the budget resolution. It allows for the extension of the existing Trump tax cuts, but any Republican you've talked to, if they're being honest with you, will tell you there's no room in it for any additional tax cuts, including no tax on tips. Do you think this is a dead issue this year?
Absolutely not, but just think about that for a minute. House Republicans and Donald Trump have a bill, I refer to it as the Screw America bill. It gives tax breaks to big corporations, to tech tycoons, and to billionaires, but it leaves people like Yolanda, tip workers, small businesses, and others out. That is why I am centering my constituents, the tip workers, the hospitality workers in Las Vegas, on my legislation, the TIPS Act. My bill is the only bill that eliminates the tax on tips with guardrails that ensures that millionaires cannot scam the system. It also lifts tip workers' wages by eliminating this Jim Crow era policy where certain workers are paid as little as $2.13 an hour. 6 million workers in America making as little as $2.13 an hour. Yolanda represents those workers, and we're going to center their voices, and that is why it was important for her to be here in the House chamber. So when the president refers to this issue, I'll be thinking of workers like Yolanda.
Congressman, as you well know, yes, the Trump tax cuts reduced corporate tax rates. It benefited the wealthy, but there are also benefits in there for middle-class Americans, upper-middle-class Americans, and lower-class Americans. Is it your position that you want all of the Trump tax cuts to expire this year, which would raise taxes for those in the middle, upper middle, and lower middle classes?
I'm a member of the Ways and Means Committee. I understand the need to actually center workers, middle-class families, and small businesses. As you know, Major, 83% of the benefit of the Jobs and Tax Cut Act went to the top 1%. So while Donald Trump and Elon Musk and House Republicans want to benefit billionaires, I want to make sure that we center workers. Let's give them the tax breaks and the advantages in our tax code. Let's help small businesses grow their business and employ more people. Let's grow our economy and do it the right way. And that is the alternative that Ways and Means Democrats are offering.
Nevada Congressman Stephen Horsford and Yolanda Garcia, thank you very much. We're learning more about what Americans want to hear from President Trump tonight in his address to Congress. A new CBS News poll finds the economy, not surprisingly, is uppermost on people's minds. CBS News Elections and Surveys Executive Director, your friend and mine, Anthony Salvanto, joins me now. Anthony, break it down.
Hey there, Major. Yeah, I try sometimes to have surprises, but sometimes it's just, I display my firm grasp of the obvious, right? It's lowering prices that people say is the top thing when we gave them a list of what they want to hear about. And as you said at the top, this has been the top issue for them. People have said their incomes are not keeping up with inflation. They have said that prices is the #1 reason they don't think the economy is good. But there's also this, and it really speaks to the political moment here. Yes, the economy and inflation are the top things they think should be the high priorities for the Trump administration. But I'm going to put that side by side with what they think are the top priorities when it comes to economy and the inflation. And those numbers are very, very different. In other words, they don't think the administration is prioritizing the economy and inflation enough. And that's a gap we're going to watch to see if the president can close tonight.
Anthony, one of the data drivers during the campaign was immigration. What do we see there?
Yep. One of the things that I'm sure the president will talk about tonight, because he is getting positive approval on it, is handling immigration, and specifically this big number that believes that his policies are making the number of migrants attempting to cross the border go down. So that's one of those things in any address to Congress. You expect the president, any president, to try to tout their accomplishments, and that in the data certainly seems to be one of them he'll point to.
The best there is, Anthony Salvanto. Thank you, my friend. Coming up, our political panel weighs in on the international pressures and economic retaliation that might come as this preliminary tariff war, trade war commences, and the president prepares to give his first address to a joint session of Congress. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
Our Constitution is to be celebrated not for being old, but for being young. Young with the same energy, spirit, and promise that filled each eventful day in Philadelphia State House. We will be guided tonight by their acts, and we will be guided forever by their words.
Comes a big one. What I've seen, it's like chaos.
This is the pager that Hezbollah was using.
How was this possible?
Oh, come on.
Come on.
Whoa.
Wow.
Ask me the hard-hitting questions. I'm open to all of it.
60 minutes. Is this what you want?
60 minutes.
60 minutes!
It's time for the CBS News original 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS.
When you need your sports news all the time,
We've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you.
Big news coming out of the NFL. A lot of movement in the rankings this week.
With highlights
What a finish at the final round of play.
and in-depth analysis.
Can they three-peat? Tony Romo joins the conversation.
What can you say about this game?
When you need your sports in a snap,
We're bringing you that breaking news right here on HQ.
find it on CBS Sports HQ. Streaming free anywhere you are.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
innovative,
Magical.
It's like being a child.
and truly original reporting.
God, you do your research. I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
I can see clearly now.
No matter how you start your day, one thing is clear.
Actually, two things. Pretty sure it's three.
Guys, whether it's news, money, health, or wellness, sports, movies, or even inspiration.
Clearly, CBS Mornings is the place to be. That's like 7 things.
Okay, clearly, I'm bad at math, always been.
Clearly.
Okay.
Sunshine is down.
Clearly, CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7 on CBS.
What happens when you get conversation over conflict?
Anyone that doesn't agree women should be in the submarine force has to ask themselves why they would think about that.
I think they've taught me to have grace and compassion.
When we follow the human side of the headline.
Life is a little bit different now.
It's going to take a while to get used to. And I say it to myself that I can't make this about me.
When we put people before politics.
What would happen if it was harder for Mexican residents to come over to work in Presidio?
I think we'd be in serious trouble. Are you okay, ma'am?
What happens when you experience the story?
I'm shocked at how devastated this neighborhood is. How bad is it in your house?
Look at it.
When news takes you where the story happens.
We've just crossed into Lebanon.
Here in Chicago.
Hollidaysburg, Pennsylvania.
When the world's best journalists come together to cover your world, you get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
Welcome back. It's great to have you with us. President Trump said on social media he will, quote, tell it like it is tonight in his address to Congress. Of course, all politicians say that. Here to discuss what could go down this evening, and it could be many things, we have Ed O'Keefe, Finn Gomez. We also have Chuck Rocha, former senior advisor to Senator Bernie Sanders' 2016 and 2020 presidential campaigns, and Matt Gorman, former senior advisor to Senator Tim Scott, Republican of South Carolina, and his short-lived 2024 presidential campaign. They felt I was just too lonely here, so we wanted to have standing room only. Ed O'Keefe, I want to start with something with you that I don't think we were anticipating when we woke up this morning. Yeah. BlackRock, a large investment company, has announced an acquisition of 40 ports around the world. Most importantly for tonight's speech, the two in Panama.
That's right.
Where you just were.
Two in Panama that were controlled by a Hong Kong-based or Chinese firm that had drawn the ire of President Trump and Secretary of State Rubio, concerned that on the northern and southern sides of the canal, China might have undue influence over a critical piece of the American supply chain. So yes, just today announcing they're taking control of this company. Just so happens that the two Chinese-controlled ports in Panama now are going to be owned by BlackRock, of course, an American firm, or at least they're taking enough control of it that they're, in essence, no longer held by Chinese.
You and Finn were both there. Do you have a sense, and I know we can't say definitively, that this will alleviate some of the pressure?
I would think this would go a far way to alleviating it, in part because we saw no evidence of overt Chinese influence or control over that region to begin with.
And there was a lot of noise about overcharging, and that wasn't true either.
No, it's not. I mean, the only thing that remains that they're doing is they're building another bridge across the canal. So at some point, will that slow things down a little bit? Sure, any bridge construction would. But the fact that the Chinese now don't own those two ports, that will go a long way.
But Finn, I'm going to ask you, do you believe tonight, if the president addresses this, he will say cause and effect, Trump effect?
Absolutely. And part of his address tonight will be in quadrants, right? And I think his first part is about achievements. It would not be a surprise to me if he mentions that. And like the pressure that he's been applying through his Secretary of State, through his administration on these areas of interest for his administration.
I want to play for everyone comments today from the Canadian Prime Minister, only a few more days in office, Justin Trudeau, about the tariffs set in motion by President Trump. Let's listen.
What he wants is to see a total collapse of the Canadian economy, because that'll make it easier to annex us, is the second half of his thought. Now, first of all, that's never going to happen. We will never be the 51st state. But yeah, he can do damage to the Canadian economy.
Let me walk you through that, ladies and gentlemen, explaining in dollars and cents if I can. So, U.S. trade activity, exports and imports with Canada last year was $761 billion of a $2.5 trillion economy. That's a lot. Same thing with Mexico, $840 billion of activity, exports and imports between the United States and a $3.4 trillion economy. Remember, the U.S. economy, $30 trillion, much larger. It can absorb retaliatory tariffs. That's President Trump's bet, and Canada and Mexico can't. Chuck?
Look, I think what you're talking about is one of the biggest topics tonight, because he promised when he came in on day one, I remember him saying it's going to be easy to lower prices. And this does the opposite of that by every expert out there, whether it's Wall Street or my grandmother back at home. Anybody knows that if you got to pay 25% more tariffs, things are going to go up. It's a calculated risk, like you said. When does that happen? Do people forget? Tonight's going to be about all of his grievances, defense point, about all of his quadrants. The one thing all those quadrants have in common is there's going to be a grievance associated with each one of them. And in his opinion, he's going to try to make a case tonight to the American people how he solved all the problems through his grievances.
Matt Gorman, is this a hot stove moment for the president, tariffs and a trade war?
I don't think the story's over yet. I mean, we already saw an announcement on the Panama Canal. We know he loves made-for-TV theatrics.
The Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, moments ago, Weijia Jiang was the first to report that, said that these will be dialed back starting as early as tomorrow.
Exactly. So does he have something to announce during the speech? I would be surprised, knowing the White House. No, they pay attention to this, too, and they're hearing from members and they're hearing from their own advisors about the pain this could possibly cause is there something to be said for an announcement tonight on something?
Some of that immediate pain is the stock market today and what the stock market will continue to do, which will get his attention.
And telling that Lutnick announced that after the markets closed.
Right, exactly. And Ed O'Keefe, to that point, you had the CEO of Ford, you had the National Retail Federation, you had the CEO of Target all say the damage will be real and it will be swift.
Yeah, and those are people that the president listens to, right? And the stock market obviously is another gauge. And Trudeau today, remember, leaving office as early as Sunday night, Monday, telling it like it is to Americans from up north, and then telling his own people, this is going to be incredibly painful. I was on the phone this afternoon with somebody who does work on tariffs for between the two countries, and he says already companies up there have to essentially be paying bills this week that are now affected by this decision. Even if it is temporary, it's going to cost some of these companies, potentially millions of dollars in expenses they weren't anticipating this year that don't need to happen. And I think the way for people to remember how this relationship is so intertwined, especially with Canada, trading between Ontario and most of the United States is like trade between Maryland and Virginia. It's just automatic. You don't even think about it. But commerce is crossing the border all the time. That's how intertwined we are. You throw this up, and it completely disrupts the retail industry, the construction industry, and so many other elements of the American economy.
Finn, you did not need to raise your hand, but you did, so I'm going to call
raise my hand. Well, Professor Garrett, yes, sir. No, I will want to add that it's not just CEOs and others in the business community who have expressed their displeasure and discomfort with the tariffs, obviously. But I can confirm that some Senate Republicans have spoken to some at the highest level of the White House, including Susie Wiles, the chief of staff, saying that about their concern about these tariffs and their impact politically in their states. Also, some Republican governors as well have reached out to the White House, especially those in the heartland who have seen that this could have effect on agricultural,
steel and timber.
Yes, and the farms.
Steel and timber,
and many of whom, of course, are Trump
So, Matt,
supporters.
is it your sense that by the end of this week, possibly this could be a ceasefire?
I believe so. I mean, look, we came to the precipice about a month or so ago, and we backed off from it. I think this was intentional, that he had to kind of go over the cliff a little bit, show this could be done. I don't think the date that this was set to happen was any coincidence. The State of the Union.
Meant to set up drama for
Absolutely.
tonight.
And what does he love? The reality producer, Donald Trump, love a little drama.
But
you think it's going to happen, or you're hoping on behalf of your fellow Republicans it's going to happen?
I think by the end of the week we will have something to announce. I think tonight, what better time to do it
And
than
Matt,
tonight?
just to be specific, that's Canada and Mexico. China probably stays on.
China, I think, is a very different ballgame. That stays.
Chuck, what is your expectation about Ukraine and tonight's speech? There is some reporting that the president might say, hey, we'll sign this mineral deal. The Ukrainians are back on board. Zelensky and I are okay, or something to that effect. What are your expectations?
I was watching your broadcast. I've watched Ed a lot on
Thank
this.
you
It was
for that, by the way.
very historic on what happened there, and I know I'm not the international expert here, but here's what I know politically, is that real people who don't follow international politics, maybe one of them is me, are paying attention. They were like, whoa, this is not normal. This don't look right. And there were about 20% of Republicans and focus groups during the midterms that I would talk to who voted for Donald Trump because they thought Joe Biden was old and weak. They didn't like Donald Trump, but they would hold their nose and vote for him because they wanted the stock market to go high. They wanted prices to remain low. And this kind of chaos they did not want specifically around global affairs.
They also didn't want their money going to Ukraine.
But Ed, very quickly, that social media post we just put up from Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine.
Yeah.
My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts.
Yes, that's what he wants to hear.
That's what President Trump wants to hear.
The president probably anticipates and wants a more public and overt apology or statement to that effect. We can report that, in fact, the Ukrainians, the Europeans have signaled to the president, to the White House, that they are ready to sign that agreement. But it is in flux because the scope of it, or the definition of what it would be now, is likely to change. The president now sees an opportunity to maybe get a little bit more out of the Ukrainians and get a bigger win. And so that's part of what's still to be sorted out. But we are inching closer to that as well.
Still to be sorted out.
May it all be buttoned up by Friday.
Exactly.
That there be no tariff war, that the Ukrainian situation gets sorted out, and a new episode of whatever this is continues.
A new episode indeed.
Yeah.
Ed O'Keefe, Finn Gomez, Matt Garman, Chuck Rocha. I know. I know. Thank you very much. After the break.
Major will wear the hat after the break.
I will never wear that hat. I cannot pull that off.
Yes,
a man has got to know his limitations. I cannot pull that hat off. Some of the loudest reverberations of President Trump's recent actions, well, as we discussed a moment ago, have been heard on Wall Street. What we can expect to hear tonight about the economy in the president's address. That's next. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
The era of big government is over. But we cannot go back to the time when our citizens were left to fend for themselves.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
This was an entire building. It will take years to rebuild.
We're from CBS News, American television.
You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This case,
it's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
No matter how you start your day, one thing is clear.
CBS Mornings is the best way to start your day.
I can see clearly now.
My morning routine.
The first thing I do when I wake up is turn off the alarm.
I try to remember where I put my phone down.
One alarm goes off at 4 a.m.
I need not 1, not 2, but...
And I'm out the door at 4:15.
3 snoozes to get out of bed fully coherent.
How much detail are you looking for?
I love a bath full of bubbles. The more bubbles, the better.
I'm very quick with the actual coffee, shave, shower, dressed out the door, but all around that is just pure chaos. For example, this morning, these are dirty socks.
You want my honest answer? Am I a morning person? I gotta be honest. I wish mornings started at like 10 a.m.
Can I say that? Clearly.
It's a bright, bright, bright way to start your day. CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
What happens when we follow the human side of the headline?
I was in tears.
Life is a little bit different now.
It's going to take a while to get used to. And I said to myself that I can't make this about me.
You get the all-new CBS Evening News.
Welcome back to our continuing special coverage ahead of President Trump's joint address to Congress. I'm all by myself again, but it'll be all right. But I want to bring in Danielle Abrils, who served as a senior advisor for President Trump's 2024 campaign. Danielle, you've been in the room. You know the man. You know the preparations. What do you expect tonight?
I think tonight's going to be really excited. Normally, we would refer to this as a joint address because typically in a president's first term, his first address to Congress, he might not be able to talk about the great accomplishments that President Trump has just in over 30 days in office. So this really will be a true State of the Union, really talking about that ceasefire and deal between Israel and the Middle East, really talking about bringing down the illegal border crossings, mass deportation of criminals, and just win after win for the Trump administration in the dozens of executive orders that he signed. So I think it's going to be a great evening. He will be talking to 2 distinct audiences. Of course, he will be talking to Congress. He's going to be flexing his muscles. Again, he won with a mandate from the American people. So he's going to put some pressure, I think, to let those members of Congress know to start putting some bills on his desk, make sure that he can keep delivering for the American people. But he's also going to be talking to the viewers at home. I think it's going to be an exciting night, and we can expect some surprises from President Trump. What surprises are you expecting? Well, we know that he doesn't always stick to the script. He always likes to have a little fun. We heard J.D. Vance earlier talk about, it's going to be a really fun night. He's going to enjoy watching. We know that they've released a list of some. I imagine that it is not all of the guests that will be in attendance. And we also know that President Trump can really work a room and really work a crowd. He understands, again, that audience of Congress members that will be in front of him, House members, Senate members who will be in the room with him. But he also, again, knows that he's addressing to the American people. He's a great statesman, and he really knows how to have a good time. And coming off of the sprint of the last 30-plus days, again, to reiterate all of those wins, I think he's definitely going in feeling really good and feeling very confident, as poll numbers have shown.
And Danielle, I wonder if you think that this is a kind of transition point from executive actions and executive orders to legislative realities, getting through a government shutdown, getting the reconciliation bill, which would contain policy, but most importantly for the president and the White House, extension of the Trump tax cuts from 2017. Is this a transition speech to tell those Republican members of Congress, Senate and House, get going?
I absolutely think it has to be. I mean, the president, again, has an incredibly strong team. We've seen with DOJ cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. We've seen the support that he has from the American people. And Congress really needs to step up. I think this is going to be a call to Congress, and it'll be interesting, both Republicans and Democrats, to be able to put bills forward and address the issues facing the American people. You just listed a few. It'll also be interesting for me to see how Democrats in the room react. They've really been on their heels. They haven't figured out their footing. They haven't figured out how to counter President Trump. President Trump really is tackling 80-20 issues that are extremely popular for the American people. So it'll also be interesting to see how they react to his speech and what moments elicit their applause and what moments, they stay quiet on. Because, again, they haven't found their footing. They haven't found their right messaging. They're so accustomed to just opposing President Trump. But that becomes very difficult when you see, even in CBS's own pollings, the great success and the favorability that President Trump and his policies have with the American people.
Currently 51-49 in our latest CBS survey. 51 approve, 49 disapprove of the president's handling of the presidency so far. Danielle Alvarez, thank you very much for your time. That does it for now. I will be back at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Stay with us for our continuing coverage of President Trump's joint address to Congress. The Daily Report starts right after the break.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Money saving. Dollar Jill's here to tell us what it means for you.
Clearly delish.
So what's on the menu today?
Clearly, CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
We're retired and this is our paradise.
Now it's gone.
You get the stories of America every night. You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This is CBS.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm
choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. We'll hit the heights. And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
Ta-da!
I want to be part of this.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You've probably heard of the NCIS from the hit TV series, but we're about to take you inside its real-life work. Listen to 48 Hours NCIS early and ad-free on the 48 Hours Plus subscription on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, let's go.
You guys good?
Start at the beginning.
All right, we good?
Keep going. The clock, it's ticking.
Off we go.
60 minutes. Is this what you want?
60 minutes.
60 minutes!
It's time for 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS. CBS News. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan, Sunday on CBS.
Well, let me start with this.
This really
Have you told the government?
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
You want me to just keep going?
What's wrong with that argument?
What have you learned?
Do you know why?
Why? Why?
It's time for 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS.
Welcome to the Daily Report on Tuesday, March 4th. I'm Lindsay Reiser. Tariff backlash. 3 of America's biggest trading partners respond and markets fall after President Trump's tariffs take effect. How his administration is reacting as the president prepares to deliver his vision for the country to Congress. All eyes on our nation's capital right now, where President Trump prepares to deliver his first address to a joint session of Congress tonight.
Much of the address will focus on the economy and an explanation of the changes, the real huge changes he's made in foreign policy over the last 45 days.
Fresh new tariffs levied by the Trump administration. Canada, Mexico, China, all impacted by this.
Donald, they point out that even though you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do.
It does seem as if the White House is using the threat of tariffs to try and get some policies and concessions from Canada and Mexico. This is a trade war, plain and simple.
The U.S. Supreme Court is hearing arguments on a $10 billion lawsuit Mexico filed against U.S. gun makers.
They're arguing that upwards of, 500,000 guns are getting smuggled into Mexico illegally every year, and that the makers and the distributors should have some responsibility.
Hello, thank you for joining us. Tonight, just 6 weeks into his second term, President Trump will address a joint session of Congress. But even before he enters the House chamber, the president's agenda is making waves here at home and overseas. As of today, the U.S. is collecting a 25% tariff on goods from Canada and Mexico. President Trump also doubled the existing tariff on imports from China, raising it to 20%. Canada and China have already retaliated. Mexico says it will take action Sunday. The White House has said the tariffs are in response to fentanyl coming from Mexico and Canada, although less than 1% of fentanyl seized in the U.S. comes from the north. During an interview today, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick suggested there could be an agreement in the works.
Both the Mexicans and the Canadians were on the phone with me all day today, trying to show that they'll do better. And the president's listening. It's not going to be a pause, none of that pause stuff. But I think he's going to figure out, you do more, and I'll meet you in the middle some way.
We are also following changes to U.S. policy with Ukraine. President Trump has paused all military aid to the country after his heated exchange with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in the Oval Office last week. We'll have more on all of that this hour, but first, we are just 3 hours away from the president's address. CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cortez joins us now. Nancy, a lot has happened in just 6 weeks, from tariffs to DOJ cuts to an immigration crackdown. Given all of that and what's to come, how is the president approaching tonight's address?
Well, he wants to make the case, Lindsay, that he has gotten a lot done just in the past 6 weeks, and to make an argument for what he wants to accomplish over the next 4 years. The overarching theme is the renewal of the American dream. He's going to argue that he is the one to do it and that all of his policies are aimed at accomplishing that. There are a lot of questions about some of the things that he has accomplished over the past 6 weeks. The cuts to government, the cuts to the government workforce that has at times seemed arbitrary, haphazard. Judges have put in pauses. At times, the DOJ operation itself has rolled those cuts back. He's not going to necessarily talk a lot about some of the criticism that he's received about that. Certainly not the criticism that he's received about these tariffs. He's going to argue instead that in the long run, all of these things are going to benefit the American people. In the long run, it will be better for America to have a smaller government and to have, these trade implications that we are seeing right now on day one of the new tariffs on Canada and Mexico.
So good in the long run could be something also that applies in the administration's eyes to tariffs, because the president has said they may bring Americans some pain. We know Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said today there's going to be a transition period. How is the administration responding?
Well, you pointed out that the Commerce Secretary is already saying that perhaps these tariffs will be short-lived, that perhaps the president is already engaged in some backroom dealings with Canada and Mexico that would enable these tariffs to be halted. If that happens, it's going to be very interesting to see what he got in exchange for a one-day tariff and whether it is worth the massive slide that we saw in the U.S. stock market as a result of these tariffs being put in place. I'm not sure that the administration anticipated the kind of blowback that they got. Even some Republicans on Capitol Hill today, when asked point blank whether they said this is a good idea, if this is a good idea, they wouldn't back the policy. They simply said, well, it's what the president is doing, and I want to give him some latitude to do it. So some discomfort from Republicans, outright derision from Democrats. Let's see how far the president goes in making the case for the tariffs tonight.
What is the latest between the rare minerals deal between the U.S. and Ukraine?
So it sounds like it is less dead than it seemed 24 hours ago. What's that phrase from Princess Bride? Mostly dead. It sounds like maybe the minerals deal was just mostly dead, because now it is a topic of conversation once again. Vladimir Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, posted today that he wants to get back to work on the deal. So the question is, does President Trump have an appetite to re-engage, and does he think that what Zelensky said is enough to kind of soothe some of the hurt feelings on both sides after the dust-up in the Oval Office last week, whether President Trump is willing to go back to the table?
Nancy Cortez, thank you so much. CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killian joins us now. Nicole, some Democrats are planning to boycott tonight's address. Michigan Senator Alyssa Slotkin will deliver the Democratic rebuttal. What do we know about her, and what can we expect to hear?
Yeah, well, just to be clear, obviously we don't expect all Democrats to attend, but certainly many are, and they're trying to use this as an opportunity to bring guests who are impacted by some of the cuts that the Trump administration has made. So from that standpoint, we will see a significant amount of Democrats in the chamber tonight. But as you pointed out, Michigan's Alyssa Slotkin will be delivering that Democratic rebuttal. She is a freshman senator, and really part of the reason that she was picked, of course, is that she won a very tight contest in a swing state, a state that was not only important in the last election as a key battleground, the state of Michigan, but also will continue to be a significant state going forward in terms of being yet another critical battleground in 2026. Her counterpart, Gary Peters, has announced that he's not running. So, of course, the carries a lot of significance for Democrats, especially as they try to get their game plan and strategy back together for the upcoming midterms. But also, more significantly, especially given the tariff announcement by the president, this gives her an opportunity to respond to that, being a state that borders Canada, to talk about the potential downsides of imposing tariffs that the president is doing on Canada, Mexico, and other countries, but also to, by and large, just like her Democratic colleagues, will be bringing guests to kind of reflect the impact of the president's agenda. She, too, will be kind of rebutting some of these other efforts by the president, whether it's the DOGE cuts, whether it's the strategy that he's taken to address the border. This will give her an opportunity to try to address all of these changes that we have seen en masse in her address tonight.
Earlier today, NRSC Chair Richard Hudson, who runs the campaign arm for House Republicans, encouraged members not to hold in-person town halls. Are these moments at town halls becoming a real concern for Republicans?
Well, look, I mean, it's not necessarily great optics when you have these town halls in some instances, devolving into, shouting matches, if you will. But they are designed for constituents to express their concerns. In terms of Congressman Hudson, what he shared with some reporters is that, yes, he did advise some members not to hold these in-person town halls because he feels that they have now become a target of Democrats to, use it as an opportunity to make Republicans look bad, if you will. So he advised, it might be better to do more of these virtual teletown halls, if you will.
Is there evidence of that, Nicole? Is it evidence that it's strictly Democratic people who are in these town halls complaining?
Well, I think we have seen a cross-section. I mean, there obviously have been many town halls that have occurred over the last couple of weeks, so it's unclear in each and every one of them if they're stacked with Democrats, but certainly there have been some that are not, that have represented a cross-section of people, if you will. So from that standpoint, I think the main message that we are hearing from House Republicans on this front is that, yes, we want you to continue to meet with your constituents, but let's try to do it in a way that doesn't try to draw negative attention or opposing attention to some of these issues, even though they are issues that certainly many Republican lawmakers are starting to take to heart.
Nicole Killian, thank you so much. And CBS News 24/7 will be live as President Trump addresses a joint session of Congress tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. Special coverage anchored by Major Garrett begins at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, followed by a primetime special hosted by John Dickerson, Maurice Dubois, and Margaret Brennan at 9 p.m. Watch all of that on CBS and Paramount Plus. Canada slapped a 25% retaliatory tariff on $155 billion worth of American goods today after the Trump administration implemented its own 25% tariffs on nearly all imports from Mexico and Canada. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau relayed a message to the U.S. earlier.
Our tariffs will remain in place until the U.S. tariffs are withdrawn, and not a moment sooner. I want to speak first directly to the American people. We don't want this. We want to work with you as a friend and ally. And we don't want to see you hurt either. But your government has chosen to do this to you.
The U.S. also placed a 10% tariff on Chinese goods. That's on top of an existing 10% tariff that was imposed last month. In response, China says it will implement tariffs of up to 15% on key American imports, including chicken, pork, soy, and beef. For more, let's bring in CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady. So, Kelly, how much of a burden will these tariffs on imports from Canada, Mexico, China be for Americans? And what do economists think it's going to do to inflation?
So economists think that this could raise inflation because the idea is these companies that are importing these goods from Canada, Mexico, and China, they're going to have to pass that cost on to us, the consumers. They might be able to absorb some of it depending on how big of a company they are. But when you pass that cost on, prices go up, and that's the definition of inflation. And so when you look at some of the goods that would be impacted, I mean, the Target CEO today said you could see prices for some grocery items go up by the end of the week, just within a few days, because they're perishable, right? You can't stockpile that. So we've already seen some a lot of anxiety from consumers about tariffs. We've already seen consumer spending go down. So you could see that accelerate if prices go up.
So we've been reporting that we've already heard the Commerce Secretary say that there may be some wiggle room on this. Is it your inkling that this could be in response to the stock market performance?
I don't think it is in response to the stock market performance, even though the president does use the stock market as sort of a performance metric, if you will. I will note, by the way, we have pretty much completely eradicated all of the gains that we saw following the election. So we're sort of back to square one from that bump that we saw. But I think this really is about trying to get specific concessions. However, I think what you should watch tomorrow is if we do get a deal where there is some sort of coming together in the middle with these tariffs, you're going to see the stock market rebound. And if we don't get it, you're going to see it go down.
Okay, so we've been talking a lot about Canada. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum, she also says that she will impose retaliatory tariffs in response. The announcement is planned for Sunday. What can we expect for those tariffs?
So she's been mum about it so far, but you look at some of, you look at some of the goods that they tariffed last time and sort of the biggest exports from the U.S. You're talking dairy, you're talking soybean, corn, poultry, wheat, petroleum. So, I mean, Mexico is one of our biggest trading partners. That could hurt a lot of those industries. And specifically, I want to zero in on farmers. We also just saw China slap retaliatory tariffs on corn and soybean. And so now think about it. These farmers have two of their biggest markets that are slapping retaliatory tariffs on them.
Wow.
That could be a really, really big problem for our agriculture industry.
Okay, Kelly O'Grady, thank you. We are fact-checking claims President Trump has made about Ukraine. Our CBS News Confirmed team digs into things the president has said about his Ukrainian counterpart and the ongoing war with Russia. And later this hour, the measles outbreak in Texas is growing. How many cases have been confirmed and how the Centers for Disease Control is getting involved. You're watching The Daily Report.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare. That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. That means a civil conversation with perspective.
Sunday morning, Wicked Oscar nominee Cynthia Erivo. A few words from Flo, plus 100 years of The New Yorker. Listen for the trumpet.
It was almost like being face-to-face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7. CBS Sunday night.
Here we go.
The ultimate tradition continues.
From what I've seen, it's like chaos.
America's longest-running news magazine show is back.
For 60 minutes!
60 minutes.
With a new season.
Hey, let's go.
You're willing to talk about anything. I'm open to all of it. Ask me the hard-hitting questions. So how do you get over the nerves?
Honestly, it's a whole bunch of mind
The most influential people.
Who's the best coach in college football?
Let me see a mirror so I can look at it.
Are you a billionaire yet?
None of your business, man. You trying to get me robbed?
Investigative journalism.
Am I getting a real look at what life is like in here today? Absolutely not.
Do you think people visiting know that these were looted?
When stories threaten our way of life, 60 Minutes demands answers.
This is the pager that Hezbollah was using.
Do you have hope that you may find him yet? They were asking me to do something that was illegal.
They're fighting for faulty parts?
Yeah. What is the most important takeaway for our audience?
How big of a problem is doping? Where was the military?
Why are people suspicious?
That sounds like a problem.
How is this possible?
Oh, come on.
Come on.
Whoa.
Wow.
What is going on?
I'm Scott Pelley.
I'm John Worth.
I'm Leslie Stahl.
I'm Bill Whitaker.
I'm Sharon Alfonsi.
I'm Cecilia Vega.
I'm Anderson Cooper.
This is 60 Minutes.
The CBS News original.
Showtime, baby.
It's time for 60 Minutes Sunday on CBS. Don't miss a minute. Now streaming. What happens when you get conversation over conflict.
I think they've taught me to have grace and compassion.
When we follow the human side of the headline.
I'm not asking that we ignore disability, rather that we do not ignore ability.
When news takes you where the story happens.
We've just crossed into Lebanon.
When the world's best journalists come together to cover your world, you get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
President Trump is expected to address where things stand with Ukraine during his congressional address tonight, one day after the U.S. halted military aid for the war-torn country. CBS News foreign correspondent Imtiaz Tyab tells us more from Kyiv.
Well, there's a real sense of anticipation tonight here in Ukraine as Ukrainians are poised to wake up in the morning to hear what President Trump has said in his address to Congress. Many believe that he will talk about Ukraine, especially after we learned that the Trump administration has suspended billions of dollars of military assistance to Ukraine. Military assistance that this country has relied on so heavily for the past 3 years since Russia's full-scale invasion. In fact, we've been speaking to Ukrainian officials who tell us that if this suspension doesn't remain paused, as the Trump administration has described it, this country could really start running out of vital ammunition in a matter of months. Whatever the case, President Zelensky has posted on social media that he regretted that outburst, if you will, or that shouting match that erupted in the Oval Office on Friday. Of course, saying even further that he wanted a constructive relationship with the U.S. and even proposed the outline of a ceasefire with Russia. Still, it seems that this relationship between the U.S. and Ukraine remains incredibly tense, and many people here in the capital, Kyiv, and beyond are certainly hoping that Washington and the government here in Kyiv can move beyond that. Back to you.
Imtiaz Tyab, thank you. President Trump has made several claims regarding his Ukrainian counterpart, Volodymyr Zelensky, since their heated meeting at the White House Friday. Among those claims include accusations that President Zelensky does not want a peace deal with Russia to potentially end the war in Ukraine. In a Truth Social post Monday, President Trump said in part, quote, "It is what I was saying. This guy doesn't want there to be peace as long as he has America's backing." Let's bring in CBS News confirmed executive editor Rona Tarrant. So, Rona, how accurate are the president's claims here? And could you clarify what Russia, what Ukraine, what the Trump administration, what they all want from a potential peace deal?
Yeah, so as you said, President Trump leveled these claims against Zelensky since that very heated meeting at the White House last Friday. He said, look, this guy just doesn't want peace. Now, Zelensky has consistently said he does want peace. In case of today, he actually went on X and he laid out some things that he might be willing to accept as a first step. Now, this was a truce of some kind, release of prisoners. He said, I'd be willing to accept this if Russia would as well. Now, again, that is a first step. Now, the final outcome is really kind of anyone's guess. Ukraine wants NATO membership and they want to return to their pre-2014 borders. So those areas in eastern Ukraine that Russia has annexed, they want them to remain part of Ukraine. Russia obviously wants them to remain part of Russia. Now, the U.S. side, they want a swift end to this, as the Trump administration has said. And they've also signaled that they think that maybe what Ukraine wants might be unrealistic. So as I said, as Zelensky coming out today saying very much, I do want peace, here are potential things.
And Zelensky wants security guarantees,
exactly,
which President Trump is unwilling to do.
Exactly. So him coming out today saying, like, this is what I might be willing to accept, it would be one step, but that final outcome really remains very unclear.
Right, because Zelensky doesn't believe that Putin is going to hold to a ceasefire.
Right.
So President Trump has been critical of Zelensky's approval rating. He's been saying that essentially Ukraine is refusing to have elections. Can you fact check those claims for us?
So it is true that Zelensky was elected to a 5-year term in 2019. There were supposed to be elections in 2024. Those were not held. The reason they were not held, though, is because there's martial law in Ukraine. And under a martial law, elections are not allowed. So, in fact, they are actually not allowed to hold elections. I mean, think about this practically. You have the millions of Ukrainians who have fled, who would maybe potentially not be able to vote. You have the hundreds of thousands of soldiers on the front lines who would not be able to vote. The practicalities of getting polling places up and running. So for many reasons, they do not have elections until that state of emergency is over. Now, in terms of his approval ratings, President Trump has sort of put out a lot of numbers. He said they're as low as 4%. Now, there's no evidence for that. By one measure, One Kyiv Institute recently, they did a poll in February. They found that 56% of Ukrainians trust Zelensky. Now, that is actually up by 5 percentage points since December.
But it is actually lower than, 2022. In May 2022, it was up as far as 90%. But certainly like strong, definitely not a 4% approval rating.
And President Trump also said Monday that he is the only U.S. president to never have given up any of Ukraine's land to Russia. What has the confirmed team found out about that claim?
So obviously to say up top, like no U.S. president has given Ukrainian land to Russia, nor do they have the power to, obviously. But what he seems to be referring to is the two major events in Ukraine over the last decade or so. The first being that illegal annexation of Crimea, which happened during the Obama years, and the second being that full-scale invasion in 2022, which happened during the Biden years. Now, worth pointing out, during both those administrations, the U.S. responded. In the Obama years, they offered financial assistance, sanctions against Russia, though non-lethal aid was sent. And during the Biden years, of course, they also sent that military assistance and that humanitarian aid as well. But bottom line on this one is no U.S. president can actually give that over. And those contested areas in eastern Ukraine, the U.S. continues to recognize them as part of Ukraine.
Okay, Rona Tarrant, thank you.
Thank you.
Reminder, our confirmed team will be working on a series of fact checks of the president's address as well as the Democratic response tonight. You can follow along on CBSNews.com. Arab leaders have endorsed a counter-proposal to President Trump's vision for the U.S. to take over the Gaza Strip and transform it into a Middle East Riviera. The Egypt-led reconstruction plan would cost $53 billion and avoid displacing 2 million Palestinians from the territory. Egypt's president said the proposal had been accepted at the closing of an emergency summit in Cairo. Hamas welcomed the plan. Israel criticized it. The White House says it welcomes input from Arab partners in the region, but said it would not accept Hamas governing Gaza. President Trump recently revealed his plan for the area: relocate Palestinians and transform the territory into a beach destination. Mexico is accusing gun makers in the United States of fueling cartel violence. Its claims made it all the way to the Supreme Court. We'll break down the case and how the justices seem poised to rule. You're watching The Daily Report.
I can see clearly now. Clearly, CBS Mornings.
Weekdays on CBS.
Yeah!
Tony, coming?
No, I'm gonna stick around for an hour.
CBS Mornings Plus with Adriana Diaz and Tony DeCopel, right after CBS Mornings.
It's just like mornings.
Plus fun. Oh, yeah, it's gonna be a bright, sunshiny day.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like health care. I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
You need your sports news all the time.
We've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you.
Big news coming out of the NFL. A lot of movement in the rankings this week.
With highlights.
What a finish at the final round of play.
And in-depth analysis.
Can they three-peat? Tony Romo joins the conversation.
What can you say about this game?
When you need your sports in a snap.
We're bringing you that breaking news right here on HQ.
Find it on CBS Sports HQ. Streaming free anywhere you are.
While America's relaxing policies around social media and the internet, Germany is cracking down on lies and vitriol online.
How do people react when you take their phones from them?
They are shocked.
Which approach makes more sense? Plus, Timothy Chalamet only on 60 Minutes.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes.
Like a John Grisham novel come to life.
Real lives.
He pointed a gun to me and said, "This is the day you die." And he shot me.
Real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
I'm an innocent man, and I hope the whole world can see it now.
Catch the latest episodes. Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
The all-new CBS Evening News, every weeknight.
This is CBS.
Welcome back to the Daily Report. I'm Lindsay Reiser. Here are some additions to our top stories. Suicide bombers launched an attack at a military base in Pakistan today, killing at least 12 people and wounding 30 others, according to local officials. The blasts rocked nearby areas, causing the roofs and walls of some buildings to collapse. A group affiliated with the Pakistani Taliban has claimed responsibility. Pope Francis will need to sleep with a ventilation mask for now, though he has not experienced any new respiratory crises since yesterday as he tries to recover from double pneumonia. On Monday, he suffered a setback, 2 acute respiratory failure episodes. For now, the Vatican says he is not out of danger. Chaos today inside Serbia's parliament as opposition lawmakers set off flares, smoke bombs, and pepper spray during a session. They were protesting the government as well as supporting student demonstrators who for months have been speaking out against alleged corruption in the country's current administration. According to reports, one lawmaker suffered a stroke in the skirmish. President Trump is expected to lay out his legislative priorities during his address to Congress tonight. And CBS News polling has some insights on what Americans want to see from lawmakers. CBS News Executive Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto, joins us now. So, Anthony, we can probably expect budget priorities to come up tonight. So how are Americans feeling about what the government is spending and current cuts?
Right. If history is any guide, these kinds of speeches always list these things out, right? So what we did in the poll was ask people, okay, take these things that the government spends money on, what should in general happen to them, and look what happens. People say for Social Security, for Medicare, for Medicaid, far more people say that that spending should be increased than should be decreased. In fact, if you add other items to this, things like education, border enforcement, defense, all of those things net to higher preferred increases than decreases. In other words, people like what they get out of these programs, with the exception of foreign aid. And this has historically been true. Historically in polling, people think the government spends a lot more money on that than it actually does. And that's where you get more people saying decrease.
Fascinating. So we also know that the president is going to talk about finances. How do Americans feel about tariffs?
Well, they're not popular. That's the short answer to that. And what we've seen in our recent polling, this is from February, is that if you specify where, before the tariffs were put in place, they might come from, only China gets a net favorable for new U.S. tariffs, but the prospect against Mexico, against Europe, against Canada, all of that was in opposition. And look, the reason for that, for context, is people tell us they think it will raise prices. And again, for context, just recently, these big numbers, 3/4 of people have said their income isn't keeping up with inflation, prices are still a concern. And so that's how it connects to their views on tariffs.
Anthony Salvanto, thanks so much. The Centers for Disease Control says it's on the ground in Texas as a measles outbreak grows to almost 200 cases there. Karen Hua has more from Houston.
Officials in Harris County, Texas are announcing updated vaccination locations, encouraging people to line up for protection from measles as cases rise in the state.
Right now is not the time for anybody to get overly excited. It is not the time for anybody to get scared. It is the time to get smart, consider your situation, and if you need to get vaccinated, get vaccinated.
Measles is one of the most contagious infectious diseases.
Really, your best protection against measles is to be vaccinated.
One dose of the MMR vaccine is 93% effective. 2 doses, 97%. In the South Plains region of Texas, the measles have sickened nearly 160 people, most unvaccinated. A school-age child that was not vaccinated died last week.
There's this misconception that measles is the common cold. It's just a fever and runny nose. It can actually be much more severe than that. It can cause severe lung infections, severe brain infections.
With measles so contagious, the Texas Department of State Health Services expects additional cases in outbreak areas and nearby communities. Dr. Celine Gounder says some older adults should take notice.
If you were born after 1957 and got vaccinated before 1968, you may not have immunity from exposure to measles infection and may have received an older version of the vaccine that was not as effective. You are in a group that may want to get a booster, particularly if you are in an area that is experiencing an active measles outbreak.
And if you're not sure if you're immune to measles, try to track down your records. If you can't find them, Dr. Gounder says there's no harm in getting an extra dose of the measles vaccine to protect yourself. Karen Hua, CBS News, Houston.
There is only one store in Mexico where you can legally purchase firearms, and yet hundreds of thousands of guns are making it into the hands of cartel members each year. The Mexican government says a majority of these weapons are coming from the United States. In 2021, Mexico sued several top American gun manufacturers for $10 billion, claiming they should be held accountable for their role in cartel gun violence. Now the Supreme Court has decided to hear the case. In December, 60 Minutes spoke to American attorney Jonathan Lowy, who's been helping the Mexican government with its legal strategy.
If you think fentanyl overdoses are a problem, if you think migration across the border is a problem, if you think the spread of organized crime is a problem in the United States, then you should care about stopping the crime gun pipeline to Mexico, and you need to stop it at its source.
A former ATF official told 60 Minutes most of the guns recovered in Mexico were sold directly to traffickers or to straw buyers who buy firearms on behalf of another person. For more, let's bring in CBS News legal contributor Jessica Levinson. She's a professor at Loyola Law School in Los Angeles. So, Jessica, the Supreme Court heard arguments in this case today. It's expected to issue its decision around summertime. What did we hear from Mexico's government, and what will the court be deciding?
So the court will decide, as we just heard, whether or not Mexico can, in fact, move forward with these suits, whether or not the Mexican government can sue U.S. gun manufacturers in U.S. courts. And one of the big questions is whether or not they can do that, given that there is a federal statute on the books that looks like it protects gun manufacturers unless they put guns into commerce when they knowingly do so in a way where they know it violates current firearms laws. So the Mexican government is arguing we have a big problem here, and it's because of you, U.S. gun manufacturers. It's because that you put these guns into the hands of members of drug cartels, and that's why we have a violence problem, and you're partly responsible for that.
And several major American gun manufacturers, Smith & Wesson, Glock, they're named in the suit. What is their argument?
So their argument is that they are protected. And again, that they're protected under, in part, that federal statute that says that gun manufacturers do enjoy protection unless there is some sort of knowing violation of an existing law. And this is a piece of legislation where, broadly speaking, the default is immunity in these types of circumstances. Again, unless you can show a knowing violation. So their argument, very briefly, is we're protected by a federal law.
So how consequential could this ruling be for holding American gun manufacturers liable for the misuse of guns?
Well, absolutely. I think it could be consequential, but not just for American gun manufacturers. And I think that's part of what you heard from the Supreme Court today, which is I think they were understanding that this goes beyond suing gun manufacturers. And they were saying, could then other governments sue U.S. manufacturers of, and then kind of fill in the blank product that might be used in another country in a way that manufacturers don't intend. So, and I think that's part of why you saw, my guess is at least 5 members of the court be pretty skeptical of Mexico's argument here.
Can you give a little bit more detail on that, the 5 justices that you think are skeptical of Mexico's argument?
So I should be clear. I think at least 5 in the sense that I heard, frankly, a majority of the court worried about a couple of things. So this is a really good question that you ask. And I think what they're worried about in part is this particular statute and its applicability and whether or not it actually would apply to U.S. gun manufacturers. And I think that they're worried about subjecting U.S. gun manufacturers to liability by foreign governments. And I think they're worried about U.S. manufacturers more broadly, not just gun manufacturers, but U.S. manufacturers being subject to liability by foreign governments. What do we mean by this? We mean by this the idea that another foreign government, maybe it's China, maybe it's France, maybe it's Canada, could say, U.S. manufacturer, your product is being used in our country and it's harming our citizens, so we're going to sue you. I think that was also in the justice's mind here.
Fascinating. Jessica Levinson, thank you so much. New tariffs spark fears of a trade war as well as price increases for Americans. Ahead, we take a closer look at how President Trump's tax levy on imported goods from Canada could affect businesses in northern border towns. You're watching The Daily Report.
Here comes a big one.
What I've seen, it's like chaos.
This is the pager that Hezbollah was using.
How was this possible?
Oh, come on.
Come on.
Whoa.
Wow.
Ask me the hard-hitting questions. I'm open to all of it.
60 minutes. Is this what you want?
60 minutes.
60 minutes!
It's time for the CBS News original, 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS.
When you need your sports news all the time,
We've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you.
Big news coming out of the NFL. A lot of movement in the rankings this week.
With highlights
What a finish at the final round of play.
and in-depth analysis.
Can they three-peat? Tony Romo joins the conversation.
What can you say about this game?
When you need your sports in a snap,
We're bringing you that breaking news right here on HQ.
find it on CBS Sports HQ. Streaming free anywhere you are.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
innovative,
Magical.
It's like being a child.
and truly original reporting.
God, you do your research.
I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
No matter how you start your day, one thing is clear.
Actually, two things. Pretty sure it's three.
Guys, whether it's news, money, health, or wellness, sports, movies, or even inspiration.
Clearly, CBS Mornings is the place to be. That's like 7 things.
Okay, clearly, I'm bad at math, always been.
Clearly.
Okay. Clearly, CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7 on CBS.
What happens when you get conversation over conflict?
Anyone that doesn't agree women should be in the submarine force has to ask themselves why they would think about that.
I think they've taught me to have grace and compassion.
When we follow the human side of the headline.
Life is a little bit different now.
It's going to take a while to get used to. And I say it to myself that I can't make this about me.
When we put people before politics.
What would happen if it was harder for Mexican residents to come over to work in Presidio?
I think we'd be in serious trouble. Are you okay, ma'am?
What happens when you experience the story?
I'm shocked at how devastated this neighborhood is. How bad is it in your house?
Look at it.
When news takes you where the story happens.
We've just crossed into Lebanon.
Here in Chicago.
Hollidaysburg, Pennsylvania.
When the world's best journalists come together to cover your world, you get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
Canada was quick to retaliate after President Trump's tariffs went into effect. But earlier today, U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick hinted the U.S. may look to reach an agreement to lower tariffs with both Canada and Mexico. CBS News' Lana Zach is in Windsor, Ontario, with more.
Hi there. Consumers are going to become acutely aware of how intertwined the U.S. and Canadian economies are, particularly when it comes to manufacturing. I'm here on the factory floor of Laval International. That's why I have these safety glasses on. And I spoke with the CEO, Jonathan Azoparty, who told me that things cross back and forth from his shop to his American suppliers multiple times, and explain why that added up.
So in that scenario, you have to understand that these goods, by design, have to go back and forth across the border. Every time, in this case, they'll be incurring tariff.
And you can see how all of that starts to add up. Here's the current state of play. Canadian products that come across the border into the United States are taxed at 25%. $30 billion worth of American goods that come into Canada are being taxed right now at 25%. And the Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, has also threatened that could increase to $155 billion in 21 days if the Trump administration doesn't pull back from those tariffs. We're also seeing unilateral action being taken. The Premier of Ontario here has said that he would be happy, with a smile on his face, he would cut off Ontario's supply of energy to the U.S. And we're also learning that the Liquor Control Board of Ontario is pulling American spirits from their shelves. That is a $1 billion industry. They purchase $1 billion of American alcohol every year. But here with Detroit just over the river, the biggest concern is the auto manufacturing industry, because I spoke with the head of the Chamber of Commerce here, and he says auto manufacturing cannot turn on a dime, and the amount that these levies are going to be compounded, well, he doesn't think any consumers will be able to afford it. Back to you.
Lana, Zach, thank you. The U.S.'s trade partnership with Canada has been one of the driving forces of several border states' economies. One of those states is Maine, whose biggest trading partner is Canada. For example, Maine exported just over $1.4 billion worth of goods to Canada in 2023. That's according to U.S. Census Bureau data. Maine Senator Susan Collins told reporters yesterday just how important trading with Canada is for the state's economy.
Maine's economy is very integrated with Canada. It is not only our largest trading partner, but also certain Maine products such as lobster and blueberries are often processed in Canada and then come back into the United States.
Asa McKercher joins us now for more on this. He's the Hudson Chair of Canada-U.S. Relations at St. Francis Xavier University, either Xavier or Xavier in Nova Scotia. Please correct me, Asa, but according to analysis from Chief Credit Analyst Lending Tree, Maine, Montana, Vermont, all states that receive most of their imports from Canada. So even though Secretary Lutnick says the U.S. will work with Canada potentially, what impact will any tariffs have on these border states?
Yeah, you're going to see job losses. You're going to see closures of plants. You're going to see people laid off, shifts ending on manufacturing floors. And we're going to see that on both sides of the border. You're going to see fewer tourists coming across. You're going to see fewer people coming for vacations. There's already been a drop in the number of people going on sort of weekend shopping trips, which is a common thing, for instance, at the border between British Columbia and Washington. People come down from Vancouver to Bellingham, Washington, for instance, every weekend to do shopping at Costco and other places. Big drop in the border there. And a drop in border crossings at other places too. Buffalo, New York has seen restaurateurs. There were reports of restaurateurs just seeing no Canadians when they're usually flooded by Canadians every weekend. And I think that's going to be the case as long as this trade war lasts and maybe even longer.
How symbiotic are the economies of Canada and the U.S., and how could these tariffs change things?
I mean, they're enmeshed. We provide all kinds of natural resources to you, particularly oil and gas, but critical minerals, lumber, fish products, wheat and grain, and all kinds of things. And vice versa. We buy all kinds of things, particularly this time of year. We're buying Florida orange juice, and we're buying Kentucky bourbon and some things like that. But also, as your piece noted, there's all kinds of manufactured goods that go across the border, sometimes 2 or 3 or 4 times. And that's all making financial sense on the part of businesses who plan their supply chains this way. And all of these things are going to take a hit, and all of these things are going to stack up for consumers on both sides of the border because, of course, your government has put in place a tariff on Canadian goods, and we've now responded by putting a tariff on American goods. And so the end result is that consumers on both sides of the border can pay higher prices. But there's going to be all these sort of knock-on effects. Again, lost shifts, plant closures, and fewer Canadians and Americans going across the border, in everyday kind of travel, but also, planning vacations. Huge numbers of people, that I know personally, and certainly reported in the press, are canceling trips to Florida and other places.
Is that because of a change in sentiment?
Oh, yeah. As I say, as you mentioned, in Canada this time of year, many people want to head to Florida, and people are canceling their trips, and that's just a sign of how serious this is, if Canadians are willing to forego Orlando or Tampa or other places.
Is it because of the cost aspect, or sort of more of a protest, if you will?
Protest, absolutely a protest kind of thing. It's not just the tariffs, it's the fact that that's then backed up essentially by your president questioning our very existence as a country, talking about the 51st state stuff. That might seem like a joke to some Americans, but Canadians, we take this very, very seriously. And so, why would we spend our hard-earned money in your country, when your president and frankly other Republican politicians, including Governor DeSantis, are talking about, Canada becoming a 51st state. Canadians take that very personally.
Wow, that's fascinating. Why spend our hard-earned money in your country with comments like that? Just stunning. I do want to ask you, the Trump administration has made it clear, part of this is about fentanyl, part of it is about wanting more domestic manufacturing in the States. Is that a potential long-term goal for Canada? Do you see any Canadian companies being willing to avoid tariffs by starting U.S. manufacturing?
Yeah, the fentanyl thing is frankly a lie. Less than like a dozen grams or something comes across every year.
It's less than
nothing.
1%
It's less than the battery size.
Seized.
It's less than, it's absolutely nothing. And so the fact that this is being held up, the fentanyl is the pretext for the tariffs. It's the only way legally that Mr. Trump can get around the agreement that he himself signed, the CUSMA agreement, was only 5 years old. And so fentanyl is the pretext for this, declaring an emergency at the Canada-US border. And I think because this is the long-term goal for the Trump administration is to reshore jobs in America. This is what Mr. Trump said the other day about our auto industry. He said we in Canada shouldn't have an auto industry. All of those jobs, those auto jobs should come back to America, despite, again, the long history of a North American auto industry. And certainly that, I think, is the hope for Mr. Trump and a number of other industries as well. And so, the long-term viability of Canada's economy is something that, again, Canadians were very concerned of. And Mr. Trudeau noted today that his perception is, from his conversations with Americans, including Mr. Trump, is that Mr. Trump wants to weaken our country to, again, with the long-term goal, perhaps, of even turning us into a 51st state. This is a very serious threat that Americans have or your president at least, have kind of levied against Canadians. And
one that Canadians take to heart.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we don't want to be in this position. This is not a tariff war that we've chosen. It's not a tariff war I think that the majority of Americans have chosen. But we're here because of the decisions of Mr. Trump and his administration. And we're seeing that public frustration. You saw it in the reaction of hockey games over the last few weeks. Right. It takes a lot to get Canadians to boo your national anthem. We're a very polite people, but when pushed, and when push comes to shove, we're not.
All right, Asa McKercher, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Still to come, preparing for homecoming.
We're coming back before long, so, don't make all those plans without me.
We're hearing from the two Boeing Starliner astronauts who are set to return home soon after an unexpected long haul in space. How they're feeling. You're watching The Daily Report.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
This was an entire building. It will take years to rebuild.
We're from CBS News, American television.
You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
No matter how you start your day, one thing is clear.
CBS Mornings is the best way to start your day.
I can see clearly now.
My morning routine.
The first thing I do when I wake up is turn off the alarm.
I try to remember where I put my phone down.
One alarm goes off at 4 a.m.
I need not 1, not 2, but...
And I'm out the door at 4:15.
3 snoozes to get out of bed fully coherent.
How much detail are you looking for?
I love a bath full of bubbles. The more bubbles, the better.
I'm very quick with the actual coffee, shave, shower, dressed out the door, but all around that is just pure chaos. For example, this morning, these are dirty socks.
You want my honest answer? Am I a morning person? I gotta be honest. I wish mornings started at like 10 a.m. Can I say that? Clearly.
It's a bright, bright, bright way to start your day. CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
People
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
What happens when we follow the human side of the headline?
I was in tears.
Life is a little bit different now.
It's gonna take a while to get used to. And I said it to myself that I can't make this about me.
You get the all-new CBS Evening News.
Severe weather is threatening the southern United States, affecting everything from flights in Texas to Mardi Gras celebrations in Louisiana. The National Weather Service confirmed that a powerful tornado touched down early this morning in Ada, Oklahoma, about 90 miles south of Oklahoma City. CBS News correspondent Omar Villafranca has the latest. Omar?
It's not quite spring, but the spring weather is already here. We are in Ada, Oklahoma, and last night a storm blew through, and you can see some of the damage it left behind. Let me show you more of the damage that we're seeing here in Ada. Now, the National Weather Service says preliminary reports say this was an EF1 tornado, wind speeds 100, 105 miles an hour. This used to be a furniture store, but you can see bricks knocked down, the roof is gone, things were blown out that way, things were headed that way. You can see some debris back there up in the tree. It gives you an idea of how powerful this wind was. Again, the preliminary report from the National Weather Service says this was on the ground for maybe less than 4 miles, about 3.7 miles. Good news is nobody was really here. This happened at about 5 in the morning, was on the ground. Less than 5 minutes, but this is the kind of damage that spring storms can do, even though it's not quite spring here. Good news, no one was killed. We've heard reports of 1 minor injury, and the people here are already starting to pick up. We're going to continue surveying the damage, and we'll let you know what else it looks like here. Back to you.
Omar Villafranca, thank you. After spending nearly 9 months longer than intended in space, 2 NASA astronauts are closing in on their return home. Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore left Earth last June for what was supposed to be a roughly week-long mission to test Boeing Starliner's capsule. But NASA decided to keep them on the International Space Station after the capsule suffered technical problems. The pair said the extended stay was hard for their families, but admitted that being there never gets old.
We came up prepared to stay long, even though we planned to stay short. That's what we do in human spaceflight.
We have had some amazing aurora while we've been up here. The sun's been really active, and it really puts you sort of in your place.
The pair is scheduled to make the trip home no earlier than March 12th. We're less than 3 hours away from President Trump giving his first joint address to Congress in his second term. And this is not a State of the Union. That's been around since President George Washington. Traditionally, new presidents don't deliver State of the Union speeches in their first year in office. Instead, they deliver a joint address to Congress. In 1981, President Ronald Reagan became the first president to deliver what he called an address before a joint session of the Congress on the program for economic recovery, just about a month after he was inaugurated. He used the speech to lay out specific policy proposals like a 10% tax cut for every American. Every newly inaugurated president since then has used the joint address to Congress for a similar purpose. President Bill Clinton gave a speech in 1993 to call for a $30 billion job investment program. President George W. Bush laid out the start of his No Child Left Behind plan to reform education in 2001. And in 2009, President Barack Obama asked for Congress's support to ensure major banks would survive the Great Recession. President Trump's first joint address to Congress in 2017 combined laying out what his administration had achieved in the first few weeks, like establishing a Justice Department task force to combat violent crime, along with his congressional requests. Some of his policy wish list items in 2017 included repealing and replacing Obamacare and having Congress pass tax cuts. Special coverage of President Trump's joint address to Congress, anchored by Major Garrett, begins at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, followed by a primetime special hosted by John Dickerson and Maurice Dubois at 9 p.m. For now, CBS Evening News Plus begins after the break. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Money saving. Dollar Jill's here to tell us what it means for you.
Clearly delish.
So what's on the menu today?
Clearly, CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
We're retired and this is our paradise. Now it's gone.
You get the stories of America every night. You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This is CBS.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling. You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening. It's America's most neglected problem. I use sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone. The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
Ta-da!
I want to be part of this.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You've probably heard of the NCIS from the hit TV series, but we're about to take you inside its real-life work. Listen to 48 Hours NCIS early and ad-free on the 48 Hours Plus subscription on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, let's go. You guys good?
Start at the beginning.
All right, we good?
Keep going. The clock, it's ticking.
Off we go.
60 minutes. Is this what you want?
60 minutes.
60 minutes!
It's time for 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS.
CBS News. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan, Sunday on CBS.
Well, let me start with this.
This really happened.
Have you told the government?
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
You want me to just
What's
keep
wrong
going?
with that argument?
What have you
Do
learned?
you know why?
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 It's time for 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS.
This is CBS.
Welcome to CBS Evening News Plus. I'm John Dickerson. In a presidency like no other, Donald Trump will do something familiar. Take the short ride to Capitol Hill to describe his achievements to a joint session of Congress. Weijia Zhang has a preview of the president's address. Return tariffs. Hours after the president's new tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China took effect, two of those nations returned fire. Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau called the president's tariffs dumb. Kelly O'Grady will explain how these import taxes will make their way through the economy. And a dream deferred. Karen Waugh goes in depth on the vulnerable workers caught in the mass firings in the federal government. Those stories and more right after our news headlines. wet Tuesday. A powerful storm took aim at New Orleans just as Mardi Gras hits its peak. Several parades were shortened to keep marchers out of danger. Tornadoes from that same system caused widespread damage in Ada, Oklahoma this morning. A paint warehouse in northern Texas was ripped apart by high winds. Bygones. President Volodymyr Zelensky now calls the blow-up at the White House regrettable and pledges he stands ready to work for peace under what he calls President Trump's strong leadership. Pope Francis is in stable condition. The Vatican says he's not suffered any new respiratory episodes and is breathing with just the help of supplemental oxygen. Doctors say his prognosis remains guarded. The Pope, who's 88 years old, has spent 19 days in a Rome hospital. Presidential addresses to Congress are nearly as old as this country, dating back to George Washington in 1790. In his speech, Washington said, "The welfare of our country is the great object to which our cares and efforts ought to be directed." Tonight, President Trump will tell the country where his efforts will be directed. And CBS's senior White House correspondent Weijia Zhang joins us now with her latest reporting on where exactly he's going to go. So, Weijia, the White House often before these speeches says, you know, the president's going to strike this tone. So it's to get us all thinking in that frame of mind. So what are they saying about the tone tonight?
John, it is going to be a Trumpian tone, we are told. Sources here say this is all Trump in his words. He is deeply involved in every bit of this message because he thinks it's really important to take a victory lap and to remind the American people of what he is doing to make their lives better. So to that end, this speech is organized in 4 very distinct parts, we are told. Part 1 is going to be a look back at his past 43 days in office to tout everything that he considers to be a victory. He will then shift to the economy and talk about the, quote, mess that he inherited and really level set with people and try to explain with specific details, we are told, about how he is trying to lower prices for people and what he is doing to boost the economy. He will also ask for Congress for more funding for border security before he turns to foreign policy, which of course we expect to talk about Ukraine as well as the conflict in the Middle East, because sources here say it's really important to the president to come across as a peacemaker. So he's going to try to show that he's doing everything that he can to negotiate 2 of these critical deals, John.
And Weijia, is this one of these carefully crafted speeches, lots of speechwriters, or how is he preparing for this 4-point speech?
Well, officials told us he is not preparing by, reading from a teleprompter or standing at a podium and going over this speech, but he has been working closely with his team of advisors and his speechwriters just to make sure that the content is what he wants to say. It's interesting, John, because I was going back to my notes from just about a year ago to look at his predecessor because they were preparing in a much different way. At the time, President Biden had something to prove, and that was that he was not too old to do the job, that he was mentally and physically prepared to take on another term in office. And so to that end, he was doing the physical preparation, including, practicing every line to try to land it. But we are told that the president is not doing that and, quote, he could do this in his sleep, John.
We shall see. Weijia Zhang at the White House. Thank you. President Trump's new tariffs against America's 3 largest trading partners went into effect today. Canada and China retaliated with new tariffs of their own. Mexico could do the same within days. The prospect of higher prices, smaller markets, and general volatility was not liked by traders on Wall Street. The Dow dropped more than 670 points. That's more than 1.5%. The Nasdaq also fell today, and the S&P lost more than 1%, wiping out all of the gains since Election Day. That brewing trade war is bound to have a ripple effect beyond the stock market. And to help us understand what that may be, I'm joined by Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady. Kelly, it's It's good to have you here again. The retaliatory tariffs, how might those affect us?
So this is really going to be American businesses that take that hit. So Canada and China, they slapped retaliatory tariffs on specific industries. And that's going to be tough for businesses that rely on exporting their goods to these countries. And specifically, I'm thinking about soybean and corn farmers. You and I have talked about this space at length, and they rely on China to be a big buyer of their goods. Now, of course, we do know, tariffs, they're supposed to incentivize bringing manufacturing here. But for farmers, it doesn't really matter to them. They really just need access to those markets.
Right. With a crop in the field, manufacturing over here is not helping you out. Tell me about retailers. How are they responding to this round of trade back and forth?
So earnings season, right? We heard from Target and Best Buy today, and they said, look, prices are going to go up. We've also heard from Ford about how this could impact the auto industry. And in fact, I want to read a quote from their CEO from an investor conference. Pretty inflammatory language. He said, quote, long term, a 25% tariff across the Mexico and Canadian border will blow a hole in the U.S. industry that we have never seen. Now, these companies, they're trying in some cases to bring manufacturing here. But John, as you well know, that requires time, investment, and certainty, of which there is very little right now.
And in the moment, you and I have been talking about the consumer confidence numbers and consumer spending. It was down. How's this going to affect all that?
Well, if prices go up, consumers will likely spend less. And that is exactly why you saw the markets tank the past 2 days, because if consumers spend less, companies don't do as well. And by the way, consumer spending is 2/3 of GDP. And so that could really affect the economy as a whole. Indeed.
Kelly O'Grady, thank you so much, as always. At a Los Angeles City Council meeting today, the one-time city fire chief, Kristen Crowley, defended her actions against the devastating January wildfires, hoping to regain her position. Mayor Karen Bass demoted Crowley, calling her removal in the best interest of public safety. CBS's Carter Evans reports on the council vote and the emotionally charged hearing.
In the midst of LA's struggle to recover from the devastation, there's also a power struggle. It began just days after wildfires wiped out most of the Pacific Palisades, finger-pointing by LA Mayor Karen Bass and Fire Chief Kristen Crowley on who dropped the ball for what became the costliest disaster in LA history.
I just met with Chief Crowley and removed her as fire chief.
Today, the former chief came to City Hall, pleading to get her job back.
It is never the wrong time to do the right thing and to speak the truth.
Crowley blamed the mayor for budget cuts she said hampered the department's response. Mayor Bass claims Crowley failed to put 1,000 firefighters on duty that day and for not giving her a warning before she left on a planned trip to Ghana. The former chief denied those claims but needed 10 of the 15 council members to be reinstated.
Scapegoating and pointing fingers is not going to aid us in correcting these shortcomings.
I'm going to support the power of the mayor.
In the end, just 2 supported Crowley, including Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez. Do you think Chief Crowley turned this into a political issue while the fire was still burning by complaining about the budget?
No, I don't. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. And I think her response reflected that she learned the hard way.
Councilwoman Tracy Park represents the Pacific Palisades and urged the council to delay any firings until all of the investigations are complete.
You deserve answers and accountability, and that might very well mean firing everyone who has culpability. And I have no problem with that.
For a shaken community, it will take more than words or a changing of the guard to finally heal. Carter Evans, CBS News, Los Angeles.
Now, here are 3 things to know. Today, the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau dropped its lawsuit against 3 of America's largest banks and the operator of the Zelle payments network. That suit had alleged that the firms failed to investigate fraud complaints or reimburse victims. Since President Trump took office, the Bureau has dropped at least half a dozen suits brought during the Biden administration. Have a look at the chaos in Serbia's parliament today. Smoke bombs, flares, eggs, they're expensive. And water bottles were tossed around as opposition lawmakers accused the ruling party of corruption. At least 3 people were hurt. 1 lawmaker reportedly suffered a stroke. And a researcher at the University of Oxford uncovered a rare handwritten copy of one of the most famous love poems Shakespeare's Sonnet 116, first published in 1609, the sonnet begins with the words, "Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments." This copy contains additional lines believed to be adopted for a politically themed song. It's only the second manuscript copy of the poem to be found. Coming up on the CBS Evening News Plus, we head to Arkansas's Ozark National Forests.
I cycle through being angry, sad, distressed.
Our in-depth report on the impact those federal mass firings are having on the workers getting the pink slips.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare. That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. That means a civil conversation with perspective.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
And reach for the stars.
Star power.
Ta-da! On CBS Sunday morning.
Can see clearly now. Ooh, gonna be alright. Sunshiny day. That's right.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
You get the stories of America every night. You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
Here comes a big one. What I've seen, it's like chaos.
This is the pager that Hezbollah was using.
How is this possible?
Oh, come on.
Come on.
Whoa.
Wow.
Ask me the hard-hitting questions. I'm open to all of it.
60 minutes. Is this what you want?
60 minutes.
60 minutes!
It's time for the CBS News original, 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS.
In tonight's address, President Trump is expected to highlight the Department of Government Efficiency's work in cutting the federal workforce. Those reductions have resulted in thousands of newly hired workers losing jobs with little or no notice. For tonight's In Depth, Karen Waugh reports that the move has upended the entire lives of many of the workers.
It's a perennial question. How far would you go for your dream job?
I actually worked 7 days a week for a few weeks just to get my foot in the door.
How much would you sacrifice?
How much did the camper cost?
$16,000.
But now, these two women who worked in Arkansas's Ozark National Forest are among at least 1,000 other National Park Service workers terminated in the wave of federal mass firings.
I feel very disrespected.
Leah Safian had 10 days to move and start her job, so she borrowed thousands to buy this camper. She was let go 3 weeks in.
I cycle through being angry, sad, distressed.
National Park Service jobs range from collecting entrance fees to cleaning up trash to search and rescue missions. The National Park Service oversees more than 85 million acres across the U.S., like the Buffalo National River here. It's one of the only places I can go to and just kind of completely forget everything that's going on.
Stacy Ramsey worked here as the only permanent river ranger, saving dozens of hikers and boaters on search and rescue missions.
I'm sure I'll have to eventually.
This job is more than a dream or income for her.
This is the $27,500 Stelara injection.
Every 8 weeks, Stacy has given herself a shot worth almost her yearly salary, all to manage her Crohn's disease. With health insurance, it was $5, but now her health care expires in less than 30 days. And without the shot, she could end up in the hospital.
These thousands of employees terminated are all real people. They're all people who have families, who have mortgages, utility bills, bills to pay.
For both women, finding a job with benefits is harder because they moved to the remote Ozarks.
I'm not going to, live my life at the end of a string. I have to come up with another plan to make this work.
They're left wondering if their sacrifices paid off.
That's all my uniforms, keeping them just in case. Hopefully I'll get it back into the Park Service eventually.
A dream job now gone that even the beauty of the national parks can overshadow. Karen Hua, CBS News, the Ozarks of Arkansas.
Up next, what is President Trump after in his address to Congress tonight? Our Robert Costa will be here to answer that and other questions in tonight's interview.
Ready?
Yeah.
Ready? And 1, 2, 3.
No matter how you start your day, one thing is clear.
CBS Mornings is the best way to start your day.
Clearly. Look at his outfit. Amazing. Give me some love, baby.
We got a toy. Look at this. Oh, no! Clearly fun. Hi, Otis. Hi.
Smart. We've got tips to save on clothes, tech,
And more. Clearly uplifting. I'm getting goosebumps right now.
Oh, my heart is soaring.
Oh, I got one.
Ooh, okay. What do you got? I can't wait. Ooh.
The light bulb went off right here. I saw it go.
Okay, watch this. CBS Mornings is clearly brighter.
Ooh.
It's gonna be a bright, sunshiny day.
It's a bright way to start your day.
Sunshiny day.
Clearly, CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
This is CBS.
What happens when you get conversation over conflict?
I think they've taught me to have grace and compassion.
When we follow the human side of the headline.
I'm not asking that we ignore disability, rather that we do not ignore ability.
When news takes you where the story happens.
We've just crossed into Lebanon.
When the world's best journalists come together to cover your world, you get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight. The CBS News original 60 Minutes opens its archives.
Pretty loose for a Friday night.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not my first show.
With moments you haven't heard before.
It's almost more fun that way when you have something to prove.
Listen to 60 Minutes, a second look, wherever you get your podcasts.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with 48 Hours podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
Innovative.
Magical.
It's like being a child.
And truly original reporting.
God, you do your research. I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
In hours, President Trump will give his first joint session address to Congress of his second term. CBS's chief Washington analyst and national correspondent Robert Costa has spent most of the day at the White House and joins us for tonight's interview. Bob, it's good to be with you. What's the president after tonight? What's the point of this speech?
John, great to be with you. For President Trump, this is a visit to Capitol Hill and to Congress that is totally, politically speaking, in his grip. In the Senate, in the House, Republicans are ready to do his bidding, to cheer him on. And so inside the White House, based on my conversations with top White House officials, this speech is about laying out President Trump's vision as he sees it on foreign policy, on domestic policy, and it's giving cues to Congress rather than trying to broker a deal or lay the foundation for some kind of bipartisan agreement. This is about President Trump being at the center of power and looking at all the executive orders in recent weeks and building upon all of that in his work with Elon Musk, and now looking ahead with this speech tonight.
And Bob, how does he expect that to work on the Congress, the Republicans really in Congress, who have a lot of difficult budget work ahead of them, small margin in the House? What's their expectation for how this shapes their thinking?
You're going to see tonight, based on my reporting today and in recent weeks, the beginning of a conversation about the scope of possible spending cuts at the federal level. So many conservatives, especially in the House, they want to see this president and this White House do a lot to cut from the federal government. And already Elon Musk and his DOGE effort have worked with the White House to shrink the federal government in some respects. But conservatives want to do more, and they want to see more on the table from President Trump, especially as they look ahead to this March 14th deadline, March 15th deadline to get a fiscal deal together. So listen closely tonight to whether Medicaid is discussed, whether other major federal spending programs are discussed, and what exactly President Trump is willing to put on the table. He's not just making an overture to Democrats, if any. This will really be about setting up the negotiations with his own party.
The economy has had some hiccups recently. Consumer spending is down. Consumer confidence is down. The market is hiccuping for the last couple of days over the tariffs. What does your reporting tell you about how President Trump sees this working out? It's an issue voters obviously care about.
He is not nervous, White House officials and close Trump confidants say, about any kind of dip in the market. He has a firm belief in tariffs as an economic tool, as something that's really at the heart of his entire economic agenda, which he believes is a transactional process. He believes Europe, Asia, allies and adversaries alike are not being, as he would put it, fair when it comes to economic transactions with the United States. And in private, I'm told by some of his confidants, he often talks about President Theodore Roosevelt, President McKinley, past presidents who have used tariffs as economic weapons of sorts, and he looks at them in an admirable way, believing his own presidency echoes theirs.
20 seconds left. Bob, his thoughts on Zelensky. Do you think they're changing at all, given the warming from Zelensky?
I'm told by people close to him that President Trump's not thinking too much about President Zelensky. It's about President Putin, President Trump, and who's going to cut the final contours of the deal. It's not so much what Ukraine wants. It's about Trump's own vision of peace and how we can get there.
Robert Costa in Washington. Good to talk to you, Bob. Thank you. This day is a big one for political speeches. My reporter's notebook is next.
Here comes a big one. What I've seen, it's like chaos.
This is the pager that Hezbollah was using.
How was this possible?
Oh, come on.
Come on.
Whoa.
Wow.
Ask me the hard-hitting questions. I'm open to all of it.
60 minutes. Is this what you want?
60 minutes.
60 minutes!
It's time for the CBS News original, 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS.
When you need your sports news all the time,
we've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you.
Big news coming out of the NFL. A lot of movement in the rankings this week.
With highlights.
What a finish at the final round of play.
And in-depth analysis.
Can they three-peat? Tony Romo joins the conversation.
What can you say about this game?
When you need your sports in a snap,
we're bringing you that breaking news right here on HQ.
Find it on CBS Sports HQ. Streaming free anywhere you are.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness. Innovative.
Magical.
It's like being a child.
And truly original reporting.
God, you do your research.
I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
No matter how you start your day, one thing is clear.
Actually, two things. Pretty sure it's three.
Guys, whether it's news, money, health, or wellness, sports, movies, or even inspiration.
Clearly, CBS Mornings is the place to be.
That's like 7 things.
Okay, clearly, I'm bad at math, always been.
Clearly.
Okay.
Clearly.
Okay.
Sunshine.
CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
What happens when you get conversation over conflict?
Anyone that doesn't agree women should be in the submarine force has to ask themselves why they would think about that.
I think they've taught me to have grace and compassion.
When we follow the human side of the headline.
Life is a little bit different now.
It's going to take a while to get used to. And I say it to myself that I can't make this about me.
When we put people before politics.
What would happen if it was harder for Mexican residents to come over to work in Presidio?
I think we'd be in serious trouble. Are you okay, ma'am?
What happens when you experience the story?
I'm shocked at how devastated this neighborhood is. How bad is it in your house?
Look at it.
When news takes you where the story happens.
We've just crossed into Lebanon.
Here in Chicago.
Hollidaysburg, Pennsylvania.
When the world's best journalists come together to cover your world, you get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives.
Like a John Grisham novel come to life.
Real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
March 4th is a perfect day for a political speech. It is the only date that is a sentence. And that sentence sounds like a political speech. March 4th. That contains several aspects of a great speech: brevity, a call to action, and because March is a collective unifying verb, it implies everyone has banded together to make progress. This is not why the people who arranged things in our country chose March 4th as a day for inaugurations, but they were held on March 4th until 1933, which means a lot of great speeches were given that day. Lincoln gave his second inaugural address in which, at the height of the Civil War, he pledged malice towards none and charity to all, a generous sentiment that spoke to Lincoln's wisdom and strength. Words so good they are etched in the Lincoln Memorial our modern presidents stare at when they are inaugurated. March 4th is also the date of FDR's first inaugural address when he said this: "First of all, let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself, nameless, unreasoning, unjustified terror which paralyzes needed efforts to convert retreat into advance. Unifying, elevating, enduring." March 4th is also the date of one of the worst speeches. In 1865, it was the inaugural address of Vice President Andrew Johnson, which was described as hostile, incoherent, and self-aggrandizing. In fairness, this is probably because Johnson was drunk, owing to the several full glasses of whiskey he'd had that morning. One paper wrote, "The speech had sentences so incoherent, it is impossible to give an accurate report." From March 4th to lurch sideways, that is the spectrum of speeches given on this date. President Trump has a talk scheduled. His place in the historical order awaits him. And that's tonight's CBS Evening News Plus. Thanks for joining us. I'm John Dickerson. Our live coverage of President Trump's address to Congress continues here on CBS News 24/7 and tonight at 9 Eastern on CBS. Until then, good night.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like health care. That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. That means a civil conversation with perspective.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
And reach for the stars.
Star power.
Ta-da! On CBS Sunday morning.
I can see clearly now. Ooh, gonna be a bright, sunshiny day.
That's right.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
You get the stories of America every night. You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington. Welcome back to our special coverage of President Trump's joint address to Congress. In a surprise to no one, President Trump said on social media he promises to, quote, tell it like it is this evening in what will be his first address to both chambers of Congress since returning to the presidency. These speeches tend to have a theme, and tonight's is no different. The White House says the theme tonight is, quote, the renewal of the American dream. Ahead of the speech, though, stock market took a dive for the second day in a row because investors yesterday feared and today saw the president's new tariffs imposed on Canada, Mexico, and China. However, after the markets closed today, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said the president could reduce the tariffs imposed on Canada and Mexico by some amount as early as tomorrow. Unclear by how much and if that will actually happen, but it was promised, or at least hinted at, by the Commerce Secretary. Meanwhile, in Europe, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said he wants to end the war with Russia. He did so in a social media post hours after President Trump, at least temporarily, paused the flow of all U.S. military aid to Ukraine. All this and much, much more will come up in the president's speech this evening. To start off our special coverage, I want to begin with CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killian, who is on Capitol Hill, and our CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang, who joins us from the North Lawn of the White House. Weijia, catch us up on what Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, said after the markets closed and what context that might add to this incipient trade war.
Well, Major, Lutnick was very clear that the tariffs would not be paused or eliminated, but he did say that they will likely be reduced from that 25% that it is currently as early as tomorrow, and that the president could make that announcement. Now, remember, he just announced this big tariffs package yesterday, so it did not take long for not a reversal, but at least a walk back in response to all the concerns that you have been reporting on all day, not to mention the concerns in the stock market. And so I think, President Trump likes to make a point, and he is able to do that by putting these tariffs on Mexico and Canada, but he is also going to respond if there is going to be an overall impact on the economy, which is important to him because he is trying to keep his promises and bring down prices. And so it shows that they are watching, they are listening, and there is room, Major, for a change.
And Nicole, on Capitol Hill, how much conversation was there today about the pause in aid to Ukraine and this tariff issue?
Yeah, well, I think it is. Both of these issues are areas where we are seeing some daylight among congressional Republicans that while, yes, even as they remain unified and try to solidify behind the president's legislative agenda, they do have some nuanced differences in terms of what they think with respect to this pause, for instance, in terms of Ukraine aid. For instance, you had Majority Leader John Thune earlier saying that he hopes that this is just a temporary pause, whereas Speaker Johnson said that he believes that this is a potential time for a reset, that he thinks that this is an opportunity to kind of course correct following that very tense meeting at the White House. And he explained that he tried to encourage Zelensky to back this minerals deal, which now appears to be back in play. That being said, obviously many congressional Democrats remain concerned, and certainly many hawkish members of both parties remain concerned as they don't want to abandon a key ally in its time of need.
And Weijia, back to you on the North Lawn of the White House. Other international issues certainly to be in this speech tonight. What are you anticipating there?
Yeah, foreign policy is one of the four main themes that the president will talk about. And, officials here say he really wants to make the point that he is a peacemaker, and he wants to be viewed that way, not only here at home, but on the world stage. So he will certainly talk about Ukraine and his efforts to try to broker an end to that war, but he'll also talk about the Middle East and what he envisions for an end to the conflict there. And I think, Major, the overall theme is going to be what we have seen, not only during this administration, but during his first term, which is he will say that America always has to come first, even if that means America alone. And we've already seen some dismantling of relationships with key allies. And for Trump, you know, that's not a big deal to him because he believes that in the end, you know, it's better for the national interest.
Weijia Jiang at the White House, Nicole Killian on Capitol Hill. Thank you both very much. We are getting a better sense of who may be tuning in to the president's address tonight. A new CBS News poll finds a majority of people who plan to watch are, wait for it, going to be Republicans. CBS News Elections and Surveys Executive Director Anthony Salvanto joins us now. That is predictable, Anthony, but nevertheless important.
But, Major, the thing is, nights like this make us pause, take a look at where we are as a country, and also get a little bit of a sense of history, which is why I want to show you this chart. So you're correct that our polling shows most viewers tonight are Republicans, but take a look at when I pull the results from our post-speech surveys going back now over 20 years. Well, what happens? Democratic presidents get more Democratic audiences, right? For Biden, for Obama. Republican presidents, including the first Trump State of the Union or address to Congress, and G.H.W. Bush in 2003, get more Republican audiences. But the other thing for context, Major, is take a look at this increasing difference, which is to say we're getting perhaps even more polarized, at least in terms of who tunes in to watch this. Quick coda, Major, which is that's who's watching in live real time. But of course, more Americans than that will see the clips, hear the news coverage, watch, you know, the after effects of all of this. So it'll be more widespread than that.
And what does our data tell us, Anthony, about what the audience would like to hear most about?
Short answer, Major, is the economy. Perhaps, again, as you said, no surprise, because those have been, the economy and inflation have been the top issues on voters' minds in the election and now on Americans' minds. They say their incomes aren't keeping up with inflation. Those are what they want to hear, and those are the things they think should be the highest priorities for the Trump administration, Major.
Anthony Salvanto joining us from New York. Thanks so very much. Florida Republican Congressman Byron Donalds joins us now. Congressman, great to see you. He is running to be the next governor of Florida. He has already received President Trump's endorsement and hopes that remains an exclusive endorsement. We may deal with that or we may not. But, Congressman, good to see you.
It's good to be with you.
When you think about where the nation is tonight, with the beginning of tariffs against Canada and Mexico and China last night, how long, sir, do you expect what sounds like and may look like a trade war to continue?
Look, first and foremost comes the security of the United States, the security of the American people. Fentanyl is the #1 killer of people between the ages of 18 and 45. You have to make sure that that doesn't come to the United States. So President Trump has been clear. He is serious about this tariff measure because he wants to make sure that China steps up, that Mexico steps up, and that Canada steps up. #2 is securing the southern border. He's been very clear about what his intentions are. He's been following through from day one. And all that we are asking is that our neighbors to the north and south act in kind with what we are trying to do so all countries can be safe and work together cohesively.
And, Congressman, when Mexican authorities say, well, you know, we hear you on fentanyl, but we have a problem coming to us from America, illegal guns which arm the cartels, is that a legitimate complaint?
No, it's not even on the same level. The reason why is you have the cartel. They might actively buy illegal weapons, but you're talking about fentanyl coming into our country. You have kids who've taken simple medication, things like a Valium or something like that, dying of a fentanyl overdose. It is not the same thing. And so we've been calling on, and we've been very clear about our expectations. We want our neighbors to work with us to get this done. When they meet that expectation, then we'll have another conversation. But until then, Donald Trump not only promised the American people what he was going to do, but he has a responsibility, and he's going to follow through to make sure he does what Joe Biden failed to do, which is secure the United States of America.
And when the Canadian Prime Minister says, as he did today, that more meth and cocaine came into Canada in January than fentanyl came from Canada into the United States, is that a legitimate point?
No, I don't think it's fully legitimate because we also have an illegal immigration problem coming from Canada. And let's be very clear. You don't have poor families or poor people in Central America, South America, going all the way to Canada to come into our country. So that's why I'm not listening to what Justin Trudeau says or what any other leader is saying. Donald Trump is the president of the United States. He's going to put our national security interests above other nations. And so if they work with us, we will work with them, and everything will be fine. So this is really an opening measure to demonstrate how serious we are. This matters to the American people. It's one of the key things that occurred in our election season. It's why Donald Trump is president. And to Mr. Trudeau and anybody else, we're going to follow through on that commitment.
Congressman, what do you expect the president to say about Ukraine? And from your vantage point, what have the last 4 days said about the president's approach there?
The president's going to be clear. He wants peace. He was clear in the Oval. He was clear on the campaign trail. He wants an end to the death. He wants peace in that region. The deal that is on the table for Vladimir Zelensky to sign is the right deal for Ukraine going forward. It actually helps them get the economic investment into Ukraine to rebuild after the war, and it also helps make the American taxpayer whole. There's nothing wrong with that. So for Zelensky to come in and try to lecture us about what's been going on in the region, when quite frankly, the American people are the ones that have been funding this effort for Ukraine to maintain their sovereignty, was disrespectful and out of line. So I think the president's whole view is going to be, we are here for peace. When Vladimir Zelensky is ready to sign the deal, he has willing partners here in the United States.
Congressman, I mentioned you're running for governor. Related to an issue that has just broken this afternoon in Florida, the current Attorney General of Florida has announced he's opened a criminal investigation against Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan, because in Romania, where they just came to Florida from, there were charges of rape, sex with minor, and trafficking, human trafficking. Do you support the Attorney General's actions here?
I do. I think those allegations have to be fully investigated, and then we go from there. The key thing is we don't tolerate the trafficking of women or, frankly, the abuse of women. We do not tolerate that. So if the Attorney General finds cause under Florida law to investigate that, then I wish him the best, and I support whatever he's going to do on that matter.
Are Andrew and Tristan Tate welcome in Florida?
No, quite frankly not. Because if you listen to some of the dialogue, I find it to be demeaning and disgusting. That's not about being an alpha male. It's not about being a strong man. What they stand for, in my view, is something totally different.
Florida Congressman Republican Byron Donalds, thank you, sir. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Wall Street takes a bit of a nosedive after the president's action on tariffs. After the break, we're going to dive into the state of the economy as the president prepares to take the podium in the House of Representatives later this evening. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Money saving. Dollar Jill's here to tell us what it means for you.
Clearly delish.
So what's on the menu today?
Clearly, CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
We're retired, and this is our paradise. Now it's gone.
You get the stories of America every night. You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This is CBS.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
Ta-da!
I want to be part of this.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You've probably heard of the NCIS from the hit TV series, but we're about to take you inside its real-life work. Listen to 48 Hours NCIS early and ad-free on the 48 Hours Plus subscription on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, let's go.
You guys good?
Start at the beginning.
All right, we good?
Keep going. The clock, it's ticking.
Off we go.
60 minutes. Is this what you want?
60 minutes.
60 minutes!
It's time for 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS.
Welcome back to our continuing pregame coverage of President Trump's speech to a joint session of Congress. Several Democratic lawmakers at that speech are bringing fired federal workers as an act of protest, protesting what they regard as the president's either reckless or too quick culling of the federal workforce. One of them is Arizona Democratic Senator Ruben Gallego, freshman senator elected in the last campaign. Senator, it's great to see you. Thanks for joining us. Good evening. What is your beef with the reductions in the federal workforce? Are you against all reductions to the federal workforce, or is there something specifically you want Elon Musk and President Trump to do that they haven't done so far?
Well, look, I want them to actually be thoughtful about this. For example, some of these reductions in workforce have actually been putting Arizona in danger. They've reduced the amount of workers that are actually clearing our underbrush in northern Arizona. We have had a very dry season. What does that mean? A dry winter season means we're going to have a very, very hot, burning fire season this summer. Now, these young 20, 21-year-old coders from San Francisco don't really understand northern Arizona. They don't understand our brush fires, but somehow they looked upon the little, equations and algorithms and decided that this is something that we should reduce. That puts Arizonans in danger. Also, I'm against the fact that they're just arbitrarily firing veterans that have been serving this country, both in the military and now as government workers, and without any notice, even though they were qualified people, even though they had served their country dutifully, they were given just massive layoffs, and that's affecting them personally and their families. We can find efficiencies. There are ways that we can actually cut waste, but we should do it in a thoughtful manner that protects the American citizen every day and make sure that these workers are taking care of themselves. At the same time, we could do it while saving taxpayer money. But the way that these guys are doing it, these Doge boys, Elon Musk are doing it, they're doing it correctly, and they're only doing it so they could give tax cuts to the very, very, very rich, and the American taxpayer themselves are the ones that are hurting.
TSMC has a very large footprint in Arizona. They are a manufacturer of computer chips, microchips. President Trump announced another $100 billion investment. I'm not sure if that's all brand new money or money that was sort of scheduled and enhanced, but you had to have been at least nominally supportive of that.
Now I'm supportive. Are you kidding? I'm excited. Like, this is a great Arizona and American story. I'm not going to root against Arizona and the United States because Trump is in charge. This is a great, great thing. They're going to add 3 more fabrication of microchip plants in Arizona, a total of 6. 40% of all the chips in this country are going to be built in Arizona. I am proud that I worked on the CHIPS Act when it was under Biden. I'm proud that I'm going to work on this under Trump. Of course, this is a great story for America, and we should all be proud that this is happening.
How do you evaluate President Trump's moves to stop the flow of illegal immigrants into our country, specifically Arizona?
Look, I'm very happy that we've seen some of the flows of illegal immigration crossing across the border at an all-time low. This is something that we've been talking about as Democrats. This is why when I was in the House and still in the Senate, I've been advocating for a comprehensive border security bill, because what we want to do is be able to continue these sustained gains that started under Biden and are continuing under Trump. What's happening right now is a good thing. The amount of illegal border crossers is at an all-time low. But in order for us to be able to sustain that, it requires us to actually have a long-term plan how that looks. Right now, we're spending a lot of money. Border Patrol, ICE, they're actually borrowing money from other parts of DHS right now in order to pay for what's happening right now. So why don't we work together? Why don't Republicans, Democrats, and the president work together to have a long-term plan about how to keep the illegal immigrants coming across the border and actually figure out what to do with the people that have been here for long term, the people that are the dreamers, or the sons and daughters of American citizens, or sorry, the parents of American citizens that have no criminal records, that we should find a way for them to actually be part of this American dream. There's a way to do this all. But I think it is a success, and I think Democrats and Republicans should recognize that lower border crossings, illegal border crossing, is a good thing for this country.
I wonder if I could ask you, Senator, about the FAA and about the Park Service. Both have been affected by some of these reductions in the federal workforce. Sky Harbor Airport in Phoenix is the gateway to your tourist industry throughout the state, and National Park Service employees are crucial to several national parks in and around Arizona. What is your level of concern as we move towards spring and summer, and what is clearly a big part of your tourist season there?
Well, we are actually now in our high season. People are coming to Arizona right now because it is beautiful in Arizona. Can't say the same for other parts of the country, which is why it's a big draw. You know, people are coming for spring training, but we also have, you know, abundant national parks and forests that people come and visit. The Grand Canyon, for example, right now is a big draw to people. But because of this president's cuts and Elon Musk's arbitrary cuts, the Grand Canyon right now is having difficulty getting people through the gates, picking up garbage. If you get in, you know, in some type of injury or in trouble in the Grand Canyon, it may take longer for someone to get to you. That's a problem. I already talked to you about the problem when it comes to forest fires, and there's no investment right now in cleaning out and clearing out the underbrush for our national forests. That's very dangerous. You know, Sky Harbor is now becoming one of the most busiest airports in the country. And when you have, unfortunately, some FAA controllers that are being released, relieved, or fired and not being replaced, that causes backlogs, which was already existent even before these arbitrary cuts. You know, it's important for us to understand you can have cuts, but you don't have to do it in a stupid way. What Elon Musk and his people are doing, and with the approval of Donald Trump, is just dumb. It's stupid. It's arbitrary. At the end of the day, it's going to only cost the government more. It's not going to actually save us any money.
Arizona's freshman Democratic Senator Ruben Gallego. Thank you very much, sir. On Wall Street, U.S. stock markets took a dive, second day in a row, as President Trump's tariffs began to take effect against Canada, Mexico, and China. The Dow tumbled more than 1,300 points in the last 2 days. Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady joins us now for her reporting and analysis. So, Kelly, you know, I had this conversation yesterday on America Decides. Volatility. Today was a day of volatility. Big losses up front. Then all three indices tried to claw back to basically water level and then fell back about an hour before trading ended. What did that tell you?
Yeah, it was a tough last half hour there, Major, if you were looking at your portfolio. So, look, I think I go back to what I said yesterday. This is uncertainty. The markets, investors, they hate uncertainty. And so yesterday we got confirmation that tariffs would go into place. We got confirmation today that Canada and China would slap retaliatory tariffs. And I highlight uncertainty because all of this makes it more uncertain where inflation is going. Remember, we already are living in an environment where prices have started to tick back up. The consumer price index hit 3% last month. That is far above the Federal Reserve's 2% target. Now, that upswing did start at the end of President Biden's term, but these tariffs and this policy, it's creating an environment where there's more uncertainty about where inflation is going and therefore where interest rates will go, Major.
What effect do you think the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick's statement after the markets closed that these tariffs with Canada and Mexico might be dialed back by some measurement as early as tomorrow?
Well, I'm very curious to see where the market opens tomorrow, especially where futures are trading, because if we were to see some sort of deal, I do think that you would see markets spike. But then again, that uncertainty, right? If you don't see a deal by the end of the day, I think you're going to see a lot of just plummeting in sectors like retail and the auto industry as well.
Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady, thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break. Please stay with us for our continuing coverage as President Trump prepares to address Congress in just over an hour.
think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se.
When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives?
So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like health care. That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. That means a civil conversation with perspective.
Sunday morning, Wicked Oscar nominee Cynthia Erivo. A few words from Flo, plus 100 years of The New Yorker. Listen for the trumpet.
It was almost like being face to face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports.
I fought and fought.
911 report is your emergency.
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7. CBS Sunday night.
Here we go.
The ultimate tradition continues.
From what I've seen, it's like chaos.
America's longest-running news magazine show is back
For 60 minutes!
60 minutes.
with a new season.
Hey, let's go.
You're willing to talk about anything. I'm open to all of it. Ask me the hard-hitting questions.
So how do you get over the nerves?
Honestly, it's a whole bunch of mind
The most influential people.
Who's the best coach in college football?
Let me see a mirror so I can look at it.
Are you a billionaire yet? None of your business. Ain't you trying to get me robbed?
Investigative journalism.
Am I getting a real look at what life is like in here today? Absolutely not.
Do you think people visiting know that these were looted?
When stories threaten our way of life, 60 Minutes demands answers.
This is the pager that Hezbollah was using.
Do you have hope that you may find him yet? They were asking me to do something that was illegal.
They're fighting for faulty parts?
Yeah. What is the most important takeaway for our audience?
How big of a problem is doping?
Where was the military?
Why are people suspicious?
That sounds like a problem.
How is this possible?
Oh, come on.
Come on.
Whoa.
Wow.
What is going on?
I'm Scott Pelley.
I'm John Worth.
I'm Leslie Stahl.
I'm Bill Whitaker.
I'm Sharon Alfonsi.
I'm Cecilia Vega.
I'm Anderson Cooper.
This is 60 Minutes.
The CBS News original.
Showtime, baby.
It's time for 60 Minutes Sunday on CBS. Don't miss a minute. Now streaming. What happens when you get conversation over conflict?
I think they've taught me to have grace and compassion.
When we follow the human side of the headline.
I'm not asking that we ignore disability, rather that we do not ignore ability.
When news takes you where the story happens.
We've just crossed into Lebanon.
When the world's best journalists come together to cover your world, you get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
CBS News. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan, Sunday on CBS.
Well, let me start with this.
This really happened.
Have you told the government?
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
You want me to just
What's
keep
wrong
going?
with
that argument?
What have you learned?
Do you know why?
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 It's time for 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS.
This is CBS.
Hello, everyone. I'm Major Garrett in Washington. Welcome back to our continuing special coverage of President Trump's joint address to Congress. We're just about an hour away from the president speaking before both chambers of Congress and invited guests. There'll be invited guests from the White House, from Republicans, and from Democrats, and they will all, in their own way, have symbolic importance as the evening progresses. This will be the first joint address from the president since returning to the White House. The president is expected to talk about his administration's economic objectives, his executive orders, his efforts to combat unlawful migration, and his foreign policy plans. On that foreign policy front, U.S. military aid to Ukraine has, for the moment, been paused. This in the wake of the president's very heated exchange with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in the Oval Office just 4 days ago. Today, however, Zelensky said he is, quote, ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts, that may have created a thaw in that somewhat frozen or frigid relationship. Elsewhere around the world, China and Canada announced retaliatory measures in response to President Trump's new tariffs. Mexico said it will announce its response Sunday if the tariffs still remain in effect. And that's very much up for grabs. After the markets closed this afternoon, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said President Trump could move to reduce the amount of tariffs imposed on Canada and Mexico, and he might do so, the Commerce Secretary said, as soon as tomorrow. Joining me now, CBS News congressional correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns. She joins us from Capitol Hill. And CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang on the North Lawn of the White House. Caitlin, help us out. I know it's about an hour away, so the atmosphere is just beginning to gel. But what's it like?
That's right, Major. As you can imagine, there are lots of lawmakers all around this Capitol building from when I was walking to one side to the other. Behind me, lots of lawmakers also doing some interviews, too. We saw them bringing their guests into the chamber as well. And that's going to be something to watch tonight. We're talking about what the president's going to say, but we're also watching for how Democrats are going to respond to him. Yes, we have Senator Elisa Slotkin from Michigan giving the responding address, but we also see Democrats trying to send messages of their own through the guests that they're bringing. Several of them, for example, bringing fired federal workers as members of the audience. But Republicans that I've been talking to on Capitol Hill are very eager, as you can imagine, to see the president talk about priorities for this coming Congress, especially because they've got a lot of work to do. They have to fund his priorities. And as we've been reporting on for weeks, there is no sure bet that they can get all the votes to get those done.
Weijia, over to you at the White House. It has been said by those close to the president that he believes he's on a roll, and there will be a kind of steamroller rhetorical dimension to this speech.
Yeah, Major, he's feeling very confident, we are told, and he's in a great mood heading into this speech, which he's been working on very closely with his team, not only today, but over the weekend at Mar-a-Lago. And when you think about speech prep, Major, for Trump, it's not reading from a teleprompter and making sure that he can deliver the lines that he wants. It's not standing at a podium, but it's making sure the words that he's going to say out loud are his and in his voice. You can see what he said here. Tomorrow night will be big. I will tell it like it is. So the very first part of his speech, Major, will kick off with all the accomplishments that he will say that he has made in the past 43 days. He'll focus a lot on the economy, what he calls the big, quote, mess that he inherited. He'll talk about border funding. He's going to ask Congress for money to secure the border and then move on to foreign policy. So these are the four key areas. But, you know, with Trump, you never really know what you're going to get. Even if there is something in the prompter, he could go much longer. And we are told if he doesn't ad lib, it's expected to be over an hour. So, you know, it's going to be a long night.
And Weijia, you know this very well. It was an incredibly busy weekend among the allies of Ukraine in Europe. There was lots of interventions, phone calls, statements, and President Zelensky of Ukraine put out that accommodating, at least, I think that's a fair description, social media post today, trying to get back, if not in President Trump's entire good graces, begin the process of reestablishing what kind of fell apart in full public view on Friday. True?
True, Major. That was a very long, almost flowery message. Here's a part of that you can see on your screen. Zelensky saying, look, we're ready to come to the table. He also said that he regrets the way the conversation went in the Oval Office and that under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace deal that lasts, it's something he says he is ready for. So he's praising the president. He is stopping at explicitly saying sorry, but he is expressing some kind of remorse. But, Major, the president has not responded to this. We don't know if he's moved at all. I mean, we haven't even gotten a Truth Social post about this, even though we know he's been active. So whether it is enough, unclear. Whether it's necessary, probably to start, getting back on track. But the president might want more. He might want something more clear in terms of an apology. And, we know that he likes leverage, and we know that he could use this as a negotiating tool, not only for a peace deal, but also for that big minerals deal that he wants with Ukraine.
No doubt there will be ears in Kyiv, London, Paris, and Berlin listening for whatever President Trump says about Ukraine and Zelensky in the speech tonight. Caitlin, back to you on Capitol Hill. The two issues that were dominant today, roiling around Capitol Hill, tariffs and Ukraine, the pause in aid and the future of any conversations to resolve that bloody 3-year-old conflict. What was it that you heard most frequently today on those two topics?
Yeah, Major, and these are two topic areas where the president is putting Republicans in a very difficult spot and really challenging conservative thought and orthodoxy when it comes to these two issues, foreign intervention, especially defending Ukraine, and also with tariffs. On the issue of Ukraine, you've had a divide in the party for quite some time, especially pronounced once Trump came in as the leader of the Republican Party. But you did have a contingent up here on Capitol Hill that really was forceful in promoting aid to Ukraine, promoting democracy in that vein. Now they are being challenged with the president's handling of that arrangement, as we saw unfold in the Oval Office. And it was notable to see someone like Lindsey Graham, who you could describe as a hawk on foreign policy, come out after that meeting and say that he was proud of the president. So that shows kind of how some of these lawmakers have flipped around here. On the issue of tariffs, you have another similar situation. I mean, the president likes to say over and over again that tariff is his favorite word in the dictionary, and that is not the sentiment from most Republicans up here on Capitol Hill, especially those from big manufacturing states and big farming states who are concerned about rising prices for consumers and also concerned about exports, especially as it pertains to their industry, their products. So you have seen those concerns being raised, but on both issues, these concerns are being raised very politely, Major, and that goes to show the kind of tightrope that Republican lawmakers are walking here so as to not alienate the Republican Party base that wants them to go along with what the president is doing, but also trying to exert their own influence in areas that they can and kind of remind people that Congress has a role to play here, too.
And it's not just the president's political base, which is notable and sizable, but the White House itself and those who are like-minded with the White House. Republicans do not want to get, at this moment, politically crosswise with the president, the White House communications shop, or the echo chamber around it. Caitlin Huey-Burns on Capitol Hill, Weijia Jiang in the North Lawn of the White House. Thanks so very much. Latest CBS News polling reveals who's going to watch tonight and what they want to hear from President Trump. For more on that, I want to bring back our CBS News Executive Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto. Anthony, what do we know?
Hey there, Major. Look, let's set the table for everybody. Under an hour to go now. This is where President Trump stands with regard to approval among all Americans. Narrowly positive, but this is the approval rating he gets from people who tell us they plan to watch the speech tonight. More Republicans, very much more approving of him. That is historically the case. A president's party, his partisans are more likely to watch. But of course, it'll resonate out beyond that in the days and hours to come. Now, what do they want to hear? This is something everybody should be paying attention to because the top answer they gave us in the poll is they want to hear about his plans for lowering prices. Why is that important? Because there has been a big gap between the folks who say that they want his administration to prioritize inflation and the economy and the much smaller group who thinks that it is. That is the key gap that I will be watching tonight, Major.
You know, Anthony, as you know much better than I do, sometimes there are subtle shifts in the data, and I wonder if there's been anything subtle in our approval-disapproval as it relates to President Trump, because if I remember correctly, even at 51-49, he's in better shape tonight than he was before his first speech to a joint session in 2017, or do I misremember that?
You remember that rather perfectly, as I would expect, man. Look, what we've got here is,
No need for the bouquet, Anthony. No need for the bouquet.
You know, give props. I want to give props where they're due. Okay. Believe me, I'll call you out if it goes awry.
That I know is true.
And you will do the same, I expect. But look, Here's the way that breaks down, because these particular ratings are important for everybody. On immigration, which we are sure he will talk about tonight, as you said in your earlier comments, he will probably trumpet that as, an accomplishment. He gets net positive approval on that. On the economy, much more even. But this number, where he's negative on inflation, that relates back to what we were just talking about, which is that is something of a gap he has to make up. So, yes, all those particulars, he is in better shape than he was in his first term. He is not as high as he was a couple of weeks ago, and that inflation may be one reason why.
And you could be certain, Anthony, and the audience watching, that when the president addresses inflation, he will spend some time directing some of the blame at his predecessor, President Biden. Anthony Salvanto from New York, thanks so very much. President Trump is expected to talk about his executive orders. It's been more than 70 that he has signed in the past few months. Up next, more on the legal challenges, and I should underscore, more than 100 lawsuits have been filed against these various administrative actions, executive orders, executive pronouncements, memos, and the administration is fighting that legal battle as it continues to move on the executive action front. All of that coming up next. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se.
When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives?
So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like health care? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. That means a civil conversation with perspective.
Sunday morning, Wicked Oscar nominee Cynthia Erivo. A few words from Flo, plus 100 years of The New Yorker. Listen for the trumpet.
It was almost like being face to face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought. 911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7. CBS Sunday night.
Here we go.
The ultimate tradition continues.
And what I've seen, it's like chaos.
America's longest-running news magazine show is back
For 60 minutes! 60 minutes.
with a new season.
Hey, let's go.
You're willing to talk about anything. I'm open to all of it. Ask me the hard-hitting questions. So how do you get over the nerves? Honestly, it's a whole bunch of mind
The most influential people.
Who's the best coach in college football?
Let me see a mirror so I can look at it.
Are you a billionaire yet? None of your business, man. You trying to get me robbed?
Investigative journalism.
Am I getting a real look at what life is like in here today? Absolutely not.
Do you think people visiting know that these were looted?
When stories threaten our way of life, 60 Minutes demands answers.
This is the pager that Hezbollah was using.
Do you have hope that you may find him yet? They were asking me to do something that was illegal.
They're fighting for faulty parts?
Yeah.
What is the most important takeaway for our audience?
How big of a problem is doping?
Where was the military?
Why are people suspicious?
That sounds like a problem.
How is this possible?
Oh, come on.
Come on.
Whoa.
Wow.
What is going on?
I'm Scott Pelley.
I'm John Worth.
I'm Leslie Stahl.
I'm Bill Whitaker.
I'm Sharon Alfonsi.
I'm Cecilia Vega.
I'm Anderson Cooper.
This is 60 Minutes.
The CBS News original.
Showtime, baby.
It's time for 60 Minutes Sunday on CBS. Don't miss a minute. Now streaming. What happens when you get conversation over conflict?
I think they've taught me to have grace and compassion.
When we follow the human side of the headline.
I'm not asking that we ignore disability, rather that we do not ignore ability.
When news takes you where the story happens.
We've just crossed into Lebanon.
When the world's best journalists come together to cover your world, you get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
Welcome back. In the roughly 6 weeks since President Trump returned to the presidency, more than 100 lawsuits, as I mentioned right before the break, have been filed against his various executive actions. Tom Dupree joins me now. He formerly served as the Deputy Assistant Attorney General, the Department of Justice. Tom, there are two issues here. There's one, executive power, and there's one, the personnel reimagining of the Justice Department under President Trump. Of the two, which do you think is more significant?
Well, I think the transformation of executive power is potentially more significant, Major, because, of course, the president's authority to act through executive order is not entirely settled, and it's an issue that courts and lawyers are always debating. And I think regardless of the fate of any of these individual executive orders that are being litigated, when the dust settles, my sense is that American law will be changed, for better or for worse, by what the courts allow the president to do by way of executive order.
Which executive orders do you think might have the most profound effect on changing American law, Tom?
Well, one area you have to look at is all the executive orders concerning DOJ, USAID, and basically trying to restructure, in some cases, eliminate agencies through executive order. I think there's a fairly strong argument that this is something that Congress really needs to do. The president, I think, is pushing the envelope, as he often does legally in this area, and the courts are ultimately going to come in and say whether or not Trump has gone too far.
What about on birthright citizenship? Through executive order, the president has tried to overturn the historical understanding of the 14th Amendment.
Absolutely. And that's another one. Look, that's an issue that I think we are going to see work its way up gradually through the trial courts, up through the courts of appeals. And my best guess is ultimately that will land on the desk of the United States Supreme Court. It's a question that the Supreme Court hasn't wrestled with for many years. I suspect that there are some justices who might be sympathetic to President Trump's view. But then again, I think there are some justices who will say, look, we've always interpreted the amendment as granting birthright citizenship, and that's how it's going to remain.
The president also signed an executive order that said the president and the attorney general speak for independent agencies. How significant was that?
Well, I think that's significant there, too. That is an issue that the Supreme Court has been kind of circling around for many years. I think there's a good chance they'll finally address it directly during the Trump years. But it really gets at the question of whether in our system of government you can have these so-called independent agencies that in many respects kind of operate outside the authority of the president of the United States. I think some people would say, look, this is a fourth branch of government. You can't have this. It has to be fish or fowl. You can't have an independent agency that effectively answers to nobody.
And when you think about where this administration has been with the executive actions, would you say this president has been more aggressive than any in modern memory to expand the outer limits of presidential power?
He is certainly coming fast out of the gate. Look, other presidents have used their executive order authority expansively. President Obama used it to enact the DACA program, the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, the immigration program. President Biden, of course, tried to use his executive order authority to eliminate student debt. We all know how that went. What we've seen in the Trump administration is he is not at all reticent to act by way of executive order. He's issued more executive orders on more significant issues at a faster pace than any president. He's showing no signs of letting up. And as I said a minute ago, I think by the time the dust settles, we will see some transformation of American law, and specifically whether or not United States presidents do have such an expansive power to issue these executive orders.
Tom, is it, from your analytical perspective, worth suggesting that the Trump White House sees all these executive orders, imagines some number of them will go to the Supreme Court, that its batting average will probably be no worse than 500, and that he will confer not only to himself but future presidents more power than he had when he arrived the second time?
I think the likelihood of him going up to the Supreme Court and prevailing on a number of these is pretty high. Is he going to prevail on all of them? Probably not. And look, there are many instances in our nation's history where presidents have pushed the envelope on their power. They've claimed a power that others challenge. It gets litigated. It goes up to the Supreme Court. And when the Supreme Court finally decides, they end up narrowing the president's power if they reject his executive order. So ironically, you can have situations where presidents try to act in a muscular, powerful way. They litigate it. But when the dust settles at the end of the day, the Supreme Court has narrowed presidential power for all future presidents.
And we all await the dust settling day, whenever that might be. Tom Dupree, thanks so very much.
Thanks, Major.
We're going to take a quick break. Up next, we'll head back to Capitol Hill, because that's where all the action is tonight, and check in with Nicole Killian. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
can see clearly now.
Clearly, CBS Mornings.
Weekdays on CBS.
Yeah!
Tony, coming?
No, I'm going to stick around for an hour.
CBS Mornings Plus with Adriana Diaz and Tony DeCopel right after CBS Mornings.
It's just like mornings.
Plus fun.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be a bright, sunshiny day.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare. I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
When you need your sports news all the time,
We've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you.
Big news coming out of the NFL. A lot of movement in the rankings this week.
With highlights.
What a finish at the final round of play.
And in-depth analysis.
Can they three-peat? Tony Romo joins the conversation.
What can you say about this game?
When you need your sports in a snap,
We're bringing you that breaking news right here on HQ.
find it on CBS Sports HQ. Streaming free anywhere you are.
While America's relaxing policies around social media and the internet, Germany is cracking down on lies and vitriol online.
How do people react when you take their phones from them?
They are shocked.
Which approach makes more sense? Plus, Timothy Chalamet only on 60 Minutes.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go with the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes.
Like a John Grisham novel come to life.
Real lives.
He pointed a gun to me and said, "This is the day you die." And he shot me.
Real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
I'm an innocent man, and I hope the whole world can see it now.
Catch the latest episodes. Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
The all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This is CBS.
Welcome back to our special coverage of President Trump's joint address to Congress. Thanks for staying with us. CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killian has been on Capitol Hill all day covering preparations for this, and she joins us now. Nicole, what have you heard most today in preparation for this, both on Republican and Democratic sides?
Well, I think, look, in terms of Republicans, they view this as an opportunity for the president to champion his agenda, champion this theme of American renewal. As Speaker Mike Johnson said earlier today, if the president just ticked off everything that he has done over the past 43 days or so, we would be here all night. So they see this really as a chest-thumping moment to really allow the president to outline some of the things that he has accomplished. And while that may be controversial to some, particularly congressional Democrats, many of them view this as kind of a rah-rah speech in their view. I talked to one Democrat and asked him, why are you even here? Because there are some Democrats who aren't attending this speech, many who are bringing guests, those who have particularly been impacted by the president's cuts. But this lawmaker told me, look, I'm just here to hear the president out. This is really not necessarily about us, but this is an opportunity to also kind of focus on the substance. And Democrats remain gravely concerned about a lot of these DOGE cuts, for instance. So that's why many of them are bringing some of these fired federal workers, people who have been impacted by these cuts. So in this lawmaker's view, he felt it was important to at least show that rather than to not show up at all.
Yeah, and Republican enthusiasm for the president and his agenda will no doubt be evident. It is for the party in power whenever the president comes to deliver a speech like that. That's self-evident. But But there has been a lot of conversation, Nicole. You hear it almost every day on Capitol Hill, or you see it reflected on social media, that Democrats remain sort of in disarray or demoralized. Do Democrats see tonight as the beginning of turning away from the perception, whether it's real to them or not, of being demoralized and in disarray?
Well, I would point out House Democrats are scheduled to hold a retreat next week, so that is an opportunity for them to regroup and to strategize. I also think if you look at the Democratic response this evening from Alyssa Slotkin, this is a moment in their view to try to turn the page and chart a path forward in terms of how Democrats move forward from the loss of the 2024 election and try to pivot as we approach 2026 in those midterms. So that's why Alyssa Slotkin is certainly an interesting pick, because she represents a swing state, being a freshman, a member of the Senate, a former House member, but somebody who won a very close tight race in a key battleground, and that battleground will be in play again in 2026. And this, of course, comes on the same day that the president has announced these steep tariffs against Canada and Mexico. So this is also an opportunity that she will have to kind of respond to that. But bottom line, she is, as you know, with these kinds of rebuttals, an opportunity for the party to kind of showcase those rising stars and to really message about their strategy going forward.
And Nicole, overhanging this is the imperative of finding a way to keep the government funded when the funding expires middle of this month. That's a backdrop for this, is it not?
It is, and it's not a pretty backdrop, certainly compared to the backdrop we have right now here in Statuary Hall. But look, I mean, the bottom line is that we are in a very entrenched stalemate at the moment. Speaker Mike Johnson has made clear that he believes the path forward may be longer-term CR, but that really is a fallback option. Ideally, congressional leaders, appropriators, they really wanted to try to do this through regular order, get those appropriation bills approved so that they could continue funding at a reasonable level. But the bottom line is, they couldn't get to a top line number. So the fallback is to maybe do this CR. But even that isn't really sitting well with a lot of members, both Democrats and Republicans. I think in talking to many lawmakers, some are resigned to the potential that there could be a shutdown, with typically both sides, blaming each other if that's ultimately how this goes down. But I think right now there is the hope that that can be avoided, but the Speaker will likely need Democratic votes. And because Democrats are very deeply disturbed by all of these cuts, they really don't necessarily want to play ball right now and give the Speaker votes that he needs to try to get this over the finish line. Whether or not they change course on that remains to be seen. And even if something passes the House, of course, it's going to require more than likely Democratic support in the Senate. So it's going to be a heavy lift no matter how you look at it, which is why I say that backdrop is not so pretty, Major.
Right. Enjoy your celebrations tonight, Republicans. Hard work ahead over the next week or so. Nicole Killian on Capitol Hill. Thanks so very much. President Trump is expected to arrive at the Capitol in the next half hour. I mean, the speech starts at 9 Eastern. Of course he's going to be there next half hour. Up next, our first look inside the House chamber and the president's maneuvers from the White House up to Capitol Hill. All that on camera and everything. Pictures. You can believe it. Yes, you will. It's not that. You'll see it. All that's next. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
Here comes a big one. What I've seen, it's like chaos.
This is the pager that Hezbollah was using.
How is this possible?
Oh, come on.
Come on.
Whoa.
Wow.
Ask me the hard-hitting questions. I'm open to all of it.
60 minutes. Is this what you want?
60 minutes.
60 minutes!
It's time for the CBS News original, 60 Minutes. Sundays on CBS.
When
When you need your sports news all the time,
We've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you.
Big news coming out of the NFL. A lot of movement in the rankings this week.
With highlights.
What a finish at the final round of play.
And in-depth analysis.
Can they three-peat? Tony Romo joins the conversation.
What can you say about this game?
When you need your sports in a snap,
We're bringing you that breaking news right here on HQ.
find it on CBS Sports HQ. Streaming free anywhere you are.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
something that's undeniable,
with mindfulness,
innovative,
magical.
It's like being a child.
And truly original reporting.
God, you do your research.
I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
No matter how you start your day, one thing is clear.
Actually, two things.
Pretty sure it's three.
Guys, whether it's news, money, health, or wellness, sports, movies, or even inspiration.
Clearly, CBS Mornings is the place to be.
That's like 7 things.
Okay, clearly, I'm bad at math, always been.
Clearly.
Okay. Clearly, CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7 on CBS.
What happens when you get conversation over conflict?
Anyone that doesn't agree women should be in the submarine force has to ask themselves why they would think about that.
I think they've taught me to have grace and compassion.
When we follow the human side of the headline.
Life is a little bit different now.
It's going to take a while to get used to. And I say it to myself that I can't make this about me.
When we put people before politics.
What would happen if it was harder for Mexican residents to come over to work in Presidio?
I think we'd be in serious trouble. Are you okay, ma'am?
What happens when you experience the story?
I'm shocked at how devastated this neighborhood is. How bad is it in your house?
Look at it.
When news takes you where the story happens.
We've just crossed into Lebanon.
Here in Chicago.
Hollidaysburg, Pennsylvania.
When the world's best journalists come together to cover your world, you get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
Welcome back. I told you before we went to break there'd be exciting pictures. Well, here they are. President Trump just departed the White House, heading to, of course, Capitol Hill. Standard issue motorcade. It's all going to go there. What's going to get there just fine. But that's the picture setting. He's heading up there. There'll be plenty of lawmakers waiting for his arrival. Probably some are in the chamber now. We'll get to Scott MacFarlane, who's in the House chamber momentarily. But first, here at the table, I'm no longer alone, which is great. It's a huge relief. Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes, senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe, and the estimable Washington analyst, senior Washington analyst Robert Costa, all with us. Ed, start us off. What are you looking for tonight?
Well, if you read our polling, he should.
Which I do.
He should focus a lot, as Anthony was telling us earlier, about inflation in the economy, and perhaps now, given the news of the last 36 hours or so, focus a bit on explaining these tariffs that are going into effect across the continent and with China. And the indications from the White House have been today that that is a big part of what he will talk about today: the economy, inflation, and explaining the tariffs, plus a broader look at foreign policy and all the changes that he's been making. But our survey suggests the country, much as it was most of last year and all through the election season, is still very much concerned about and eager to hear about dollars and cents, issues of dollars and cents and prices. And what is he doing, if anything, to bring them down after promising during the campaign, let's remember, that he would quickly address that issue. Our polling continues to suggest now that voters are not so pleased with him when it comes to his handling of that, because, presidents can't necessarily handle it on their own.
Nancy, something tells me that there'll be some Biden-splaining going on, meaning Biden blaming when the president talks about inflation, at least initially. I inherited all this stuff. Give me a minute or two.
Right, and that's what the White House tends to do anytime there's a bad economic metric.
And it's a switch in power. I inherited a mess, whatever, yeah.
This has nothing to do with our policies, and I think you'll hear that tonight. One White House official told me that when it comes to tariffs, for example, we're not going to hear the president make reference to the concerns that Democrats and even some Republicans have about his tariff strategy. You're not going to hear about the Dow going down 1,300 points over the last 2 days. He will talk about why he thinks that his tariffs will be helpful for the economy in the long run. He will talk about the fact that he thinks it'll bring manufacturing back to the U.S. So he'll make the affirmative case for it, but he's not going to spend a lot of time acknowledging the fears that people have right now about where he's headed when it comes to tariffs.
Robert, big picture, this is a muscular moment for the president, and his presidency tries to exert the image all the time of muscularity, and the reaction of allies, the reaction internally in the country speaks to people recognizing that he's on the move and is aggressive.
And we can see right there, President Trump seems to be on the move, heading toward
quite literally
on the move there with the First Lady.
That's not millennial literally, that's literally.
Well,
he's in a car moving, so he's on the move.
He is on the move in many ways. And what we see from this president is someone who's also at the center.
Yeah,
all of the discussions in Washington, whether it's the use of executive power, whether it's legislative
power. He's at the center of conversations in Berlin, Paris, London, Moscow, Kyiv, Beijing, everywhere.
And because of that, so many people in Washington and around the world are paying very close attention to this speech tonight. Here's what I'm paying close attention to. What does he say about the scope of cuts to the federal government? Why does that matter? In mid-March, there's a deadline for government funding. There could be a government shutdown if there is not an agreement. White House sources tell me that President Trump is going to wade into some of what he's able to specify, willing to specify, in his speech tonight to start to lay the foundation for some kind of fiscal agreement in the coming weeks. And that's going to be important as he tries to build on what's happened with Elon Musk and Doge.
I want to go to Scott MacFarlane, who is our justice correspondent, but he is well experienced on being the voice inside the chamber as this process begins to unfold, anticipating the president's arrival. Scott, always great to have you with us. What are you seeing?
Well, Major, let me tell you what I'm feeling first. This is one of the rare nights where it's warmer outside in Washington in early March than it is in the chamber. This is the meat locker of meat lockers in here to keep the temperatures under control as the capacity crowd fills in. You'll see as you watch tonight on the Democratic side, dozens and dozens of House Democratic Women's Caucus members wearing pink blazers. That is a visual statement of protest, they say, against President Trump. They wanted to jump off the screen, and you'll see it when they give you a crowd shot. These are very bright pink blazers. You'll also see some empty seats on the Democratic side. One after another, as the night began here, some House Democrats announced they were going to boycott this. They were not going to show up in person. One of them is Mike Quigley of Chicago. Democrat said earlier today in an interview that he can't be in the room with President Trump because he thinks people seem to have forgotten about January 6th. The attack by the Trump supporters, the rioters, and the pardons of those rioters. This is, Major, President Trump's first address to Congress since the rioters tried to storm this House chamber. And then there's the matter of the Republican side, where people have been lining up on that center aisle, as they always do, hours in advance to get a handshake with the president, and perhaps more importantly, Major, the handshake on national television. We see some of the House Freedom Caucus and most conservative members of the caucus doing so. Mary Miller of Illinois, Chip Roy of Texas, and Major Marjorie Taylor Greene is there, MAGA red cap in hand.
Thank you, Scott MacFarlane. Always a pleasure to get your eyewitness account of what's going on in the chamber. We'll be back to you before the speech starts. Ed, I want to talk to you briefly about something that in your distinguished previous reportorial life, you spent a lot of time paying attention to the federal workforce. Today, there was an announcement from the Office of Personnel Management essentially pulling back the rapid firing of probationary federal employees, consistent with pushback from federal judges on this. What does that mean?
Well, not only pushback from federal judges, but pushback, frankly, from the departments and agencies that employ all these people, saying, you, Office of Personnel Management,
don't have the
no authority to do this.
Even though you tried to exercise it.
Right. And so this is not only pushing back on them, but pushing back on Doge and Musk in a sort of D.C. classic power grab situation. So now departments and agencies have a little more discretion over who exactly
Does it mean these people will be rehired?
It does not necessarily, and it also doesn't mean that they won't lose their jobs, because now it'll be at the discretion of these secretaries or directors of these agencies. And with the changes in budgeting that we're anticipating, as we now see our first shots here from the Senate floor, this is likely to become...
The senators coming into the House floor, yes, indeed. John Thune, the Senate Majority Leader.
We will, continue to see this be an issue. But remember Musk, in one of his first appearances in the Oval Office, said, we're going to get some of this wrong, and we're going to fix it, and we'll keep going. This seems to be an acknowledgement that they probably over-torqued on not only OPM's authority, but on who exactly should be removed, and watch for fights about whether probationary employees get their
Nancy,
jobs
please
back.
jump in.
That is likely to be something that happens.
The important thing is that the firings continue. I just spoke to a probationary worker at the Pentagon who lost his job yesterday. It was made very clear to him in his letter of dismissal that it was the Pentagon firing him, not OPM. And yet,
and there's
because
much
he is
more legal protection for the agency and the head of the agency to fire than OPM, Office of Personnel Management.
There would be, because they would have, they're following the rules of removal, in essence, more likely than.
And so they're continuing, Nancy.
They're continuing, and he's, of course, hoping that at some point a federal judge will step in and potentially save his job, reinstate him. But these firings continue despite the legal challenges.
And Nancy, Elon Musk is going to the Hill tomorrow to talk to House Republicans. He's also going to talk to Senate Republicans. What does that indicate to you?
That Republicans are nervous. They're getting an earful in their districts, not only at the town halls that we've all shown on TV. And in fact, Republicans were advised by one leader today, maybe don't have so many open town halls right now because you do have, it's too hot. You got protesters coming in, a sign of the unrest about some of the things that DOJ has been doing. Republicans hearing from some of their own constituents who have been let go, worried that DOJ is making mistakes because it's moving too fast. So Musk is going to go to the Hill and try to talk them down.
Robert Costa, we see Vice President J.D. Vance making his way into the House and getting quite a lot of attention, congratulations, interaction. He is emerging as a significant, not only sort of legislative lobbyist for the president, but vocal supporter thereof.
And he was just on Capitol Hill to advocate for one of his allies for a key position at the Department of Defense. He's involved in the nominations process. He's involved in the foreign policy process, as the world witnessed last Friday with his interaction with President Zelensky of Ukraine. But you see Vice President J.D. Vance, just 40 years old, a couple years in the Senate, and he's there alongside Senator Moore Capito of West Virginia, Senator Tim Scott to the right there from South Carolina, and Chip Roy, a key conservative in the House when it comes to spending, talking to the vice president. J.D. Vance has relationships with conservatives in the House, relationships in Silicon Valley, and he's built a rapport, I'm told, with President Trump. They are not
genuine, available, visible ambitions to be the next successor in MAGA world.
President Trump Major keeps teasing about the 22nd Amendment, which limits a president to 2 terms in office. So J.D. Vance certainly has his advocates and allies for 2028, but is very careful to not be making any moves in that direction.
Nancy.
Major, we've got our first piece of breaking news of the evening, and that is that Doug Collins, the Secretary of the VA, is the designated survivor.
Tell our audience if they don't know what the designated survivor is.
The designated survivor is the member of the cabinet who has been chosen not to attend the joint address, so that if, heaven forbid, something were to happen, you would have a chain of command that would continue. So he has been secreted off to an unknown location where he will watch the speech. He will not be in attendance tonight, but we've been wondering all day who it would be.
And that designation also led to a popular TV show. Excerpts, Ed O'Keefe.
We have just received some of them from the White House here, and to the point we were making a moment ago about blaming Biden if things are bad with the economy.
First? I can't remember.
Yeah, well, it would be the chief Washington correspondent, which is probably why you are. It says here in part, the president plans to say tonight, Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. We're working hard to get it back down. A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We have never seen anything like it. That is why my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. So they're a good example of the Biden blaming that we expect to go on. And let's see what else. Tariffs. Talks about tariffs a little bit. Whatever they tariff us, we tariff them. Whatever they tax us, we tax them. If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. We will take in trillions of dollars and create jobs like we never have seen before. And then he goes on to discuss immigration to some extent. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history. And we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. True, but that began last year. The media and our friends, he says, in the Democratic Party keep saying we need needed new legislation to secure the border, but it turned out that all we really needed was a new president.
I don't know if this is breaking news, but it is sartorial news of a certain kind. It has been conveyed to me that Elon Musk is in attendance. We knew that, but he's in a suit and tie. Nancy, you want to break that down? No.
I'd love to. I'll take any and all fashion news tonight. I'm happy to make that my bailiwick. So Elon Musk, the reason that is notable is because he has been showing up in the Oval Office in a T-shirt. Sometimes it says tech support. Sometimes it's emblazoned with the names of one of his companies. He's been wearing a baseball cap and saying, I'm just the hired help here, basically working on computers. And that became especially notable the other day when there was a focus placed on President Zelensky's
not wearing a suit in the Oval Office. Scott MacFarlane, I want to go to you in the House chamber. What are you seeing? What is emerging as the chamber fills up and the president's about 10 minutes away?
Yeah, Musk's arrival in the upper-level seating area was noticed among people in the chamber. Not much applause. A few people turned around to notice him. On the House floor itself, you see a number of those long red ties among the House Republican members and a few former members who are out here taking the opportunity and the floor privileges to lobby a little bit. I just got a text message, though, from freshman House Democrat Sarah McBride, her first time ever major at this type of presidential address to Congress. I asked her what the mood was like down there, and her text message was 2 words. The first one was an expletive. The second word was weird. This is a different kind of presidential address, and perhaps by design by the president.
We'll let imaginations run rampant with the expletive, but weird. Okay, we'll take that on board from a Democrat who's trying to take all of this in. Nancy, it's my sense that as the speech goes on, and if there are references in length to the Department of Government Efficiency or Elon Musk, the cutaways will be revealing.
Yes.
Especially on the Republican side, because if in fact there is some unsettled Republican political attitude about where this is going, how it's affecting their constituents back home, those facial expressions, how much they do or don't applaud, might be a sub-theme for the evening as it plays out.
Right. And, you've seen Republicans already trying to walk this delicate line. They see the president showing huge support for Elon Musk and what he's doing. They don't want to get on the wrong side of that. Interestingly, when it comes to something
there he is, aforementioned Elon Musk.
Blue tie, not red tie for him. When it comes to tariffs, interestingly, Republicans have been more willing to break with President Trump and say that they're not sure that this is a good idea. In fact, John Thune, the Republican leader in the Senate, was asked today whether he thinks it's good policy, and he essentially said, well, it's a policy that he is pursuing, damning with faint praise. And so I'll be watching to see how Republicans react when he talks about not only DOGE, but tariffs as well.
And Ed, the imperative that the president has invested Elon Musk with is dramatically reduce the size of the federal workforce and reimagine how it actually functions. Yeah. And it has been said to me, and there's plenty of reporting on this, that artificial intelligence in Elon Musk's mind will take the place of some form of the federal workforce. Will just take over jobs that people are currently doing now. Based on your understanding of the federal workforce and its systems, some of them antiquated, is that even conceptually possible?
There are some functions, certainly somewhere in the annals of the various departments where maybe more automation will work. But each of these departments and agencies has constituencies on Capitol Hill that are going to be worried about those functions and about the people who do them right now and who may or may not yet be as supportive or trustworthy of artificial intelligence. And so if he tries to implement big changes like that, we could see them have to pull them back, like he's changed these firing and layoff policies due to court orders or because of political pressure. I wouldn't be surprised if in these conversations with congressional Republicans in the next 2 days, this comes up, and we'll see to what extent he signals what it is that he thinks could be done through artificial intelligence, that he has gone after the Social Security Administration and the Internal Revenue Service as aggressively as he has, would suggest that maybe he thinks there's a way for you to file your tax returns and a machine to spit out the refund that you're owed. But do Americans trust artificial intelligence to handle their tax information?
Right.
Are we there yet?
And
That's probably a conversation for Congress to have.
And are they comfortable with the phraseology expressed by Elon Musk to Joe Rogan that Social Security
is a Ponzi scheme.
Is a Ponzi scheme.
Which is obviously something Democrats have seized on and probably will continue to as the election season heats up next year.
And Robert, as you think about this, it is worth beholding President of the United States investing so much power visibly and without any hesitation in the world's richest man to sort of just go roaming through the federal bureaucracy to find ways to do whatever the president has directed him to accomplish.
It is unusual, but it's also, as President Trump has long functioned. We just saw his family there, Donald Trump Jr.
Full family going to be there tonight.
And we saw Eric Trump. He has run a family organization founded by his father, Fred Trump, for decades. His family's still intimately involved in the business. And it's always been an orbit of family and confidants.
Does it feel to you like Elon is almost becoming part of that family?
President Trump has often told people privately he doesn't trust most anyone.
Outside of his family.
Outside of his family. Right. And Elon Musk is someone who is a disruptor, and we have seen throughout his political career and his business career, he likes bringing in disruptors who are useful to his own project. Doesn't mean they have a long-standing place, but it means something.
To escort the President of the United States into the chamber, the following.
Yes, what's going on right now, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, you see J.D. Vance next to him in the seat reserved for the Vice President, is assigning a ceremonial duty to an escort committee made up of lots of members of the Senate and the House to go get the President and to ceremonially escort him to the House chamber. That's what's going on now. We heard as much as we need to hear of that. Ed O'Keefe, this idea of potential political blowback. I've talked to several Republicans who are, one, excited about the prospect of what Elon is finding and the savings that could be accrued, but also becoming somewhat disturbingly aware that when it comes to politics and government structures, Elon Musk doesn't know a lot and doesn't want to learn a lot, that he is driven entirely and motivated principally by data and what he can find in the data.
Yeah, that they say he's so data-driven that it makes it harder for these lawmakers who have to go home to constituents to explain what it is he's trying to do. And I think one of the things that people who defend government structure or the federal personnel or who have questioned the DOGE project have repeatedly pointed out is that what the Trump team may not have fully appreciated is that 85% of the federal workforce lives far beyond what we call the DMV, the District, Maryland, and Virginia.
Precisely.
In Cincinnati, in Boise, in parts of Texas, rural and urban. And all of these lawmakers are starting to hear from people who go, how is it that my neighbor who spent the last 20 years at USDA suddenly doesn't have a job?
Right. Three of the largest concentrations, California, Texas, and Florida. Scott McFarland, back to you inside the House chamber. What do you see?
You're going to see Marcy Kaptur of Toledo, Ohio, on the center aisle shaking Trump's hand or being near Trump when he enters. She is wearing the blue and yellow Ukrainian supportive colors. She has a huge Ukrainian-American population in her Northwest Ohio district. And oh, by the way, right near Kash Patel, the FBI director, is Elon Musk. Quite a variety of people in the president's guest box here in the upper level of the chamber.
And, Scott, as we look at the wide shot of the House floor, you mentioned earlier the pink blazers. Remind our audience, if they're just tuning in now, what those pink blazers are meant to signify. The pool camera will rotate back to that, but let us know.
That's the House Democratic Women's Caucus, a unified visual element that is a protest statement, they say, against President Trump. Among those wearing it, Nancy Pelosi, the former House Speaker.
And, Scott, very quickly, what's the atmosphere on the Republican side?
Full House capacity crowd. I see no empty seats, and I see the joy that comes with full control of Washington. But we'll see if the joy is still there in 10 days when that government shutdown deadline hits, and they are still fractured as a conference about what to do about it.
And, Scott, only you can tell us this. How many empty seats on the Democratic side of the aisle?
See about 7 to 10. We'll wonder if there will be seat fillers that are used for that. But I think we'll have about 10 to 12 on second view, empty seats on the Democratic caucus side. That includes major Northern Virginia Democrats who are skipping, they say, in solidarity with all those federal workers from Virginia who've been fired or put in limbo.
And very quickly, Scott, any buttons?
Yep. But from the cheap seats, Major, they look like circles on a lapel to me. They look colorful and attractive. Can't make them out from here.
Contents to be divulged later. Scott McFarlane in the House chamber, thank you very much. Robert Costa, Nancy Cordes, Ed O'Keefe with me here at the desk. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much. We're just a few moments away from 9 p.m. on the East Coast when President Trump is expected to enter the House chamber and address Congress. After the break, my colleagues Maurice Dubois and John Dickerson take over. That's next. You're watching CBS News 24/7. Thanks for doing that.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Money saving. Dollar Jill's here to tell us what it means for you.
Clearly delish.
So what's on the menu today?
Clearly, CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
We're retired and this is our paradise.
Now it's gone.
You get the stories of America every night. You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This is CBS.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
Ta-da!
I want to be part of this.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You've probably heard of the NCIS from the hit TV series, but we're about to take you inside its real-life work. Listen to 48 Hours NCIS early and ad-free on the 48 Hours Plus subscription on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, let's go.
You guys good?
Start at the beginning.
All right, we good?
Keep going. The clock, it's ticking.
Off we go.
60 minutes. Is this what you want?
60 minutes.
60 minutes!
It's time for 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS.
Well, let me start with this.
This really
Have you told the government?
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
You want me to just
What's wrong with that argument?
What have you learned?
Do you know why?
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 It's time for 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS.
This is CBS.
This is a CBS News special report. Donald Trump's presidential address to Congress.
Good evening. I'm Maurice Dubois.
I'm John Dickerson. President Trump is about to speak to Congress and an audience of millions watching at home.
It is his first address to a joint session of the House and Senate since he began his second term in January. And a busy start it's been. He's only been in office 6 weeks now, and it's set in motion actions that aim to overturn decades of domestic and international policies.
Just today, he increased tariffs on our three biggest trade partners, Canada, Mexico, and China. Last week, the president berated the president of Ukraine in an Oval Office meeting as insufficiently grateful and saying he wasn't ready for peace.
Tonight, the theme of the president's address is the renewal of the American dream. He is expected to focus on the economy, his accomplishments during his first month and a half in office, and border security.
And while this will look like the annual State of the Union address, it is not that. The president is following a tradition started in the modern era by Ronald Reagan to speak to a joint session in the first weeks of a new administration.
And we're joined now by Margaret Brennan, Face the Nation moderator, as we look at these scenes here inside the chamber. Margaret, a president who is extremely confident is about to stride into that chamber tonight.
More confident than he was during his first term. Truly, he is entering that chamber tonight having dealt many shocks to the system at home and abroad. We may get a few more tonight. But just overnight, as you were just saying, John, he has launched this trade war against our largest trading partners. That is a big bet that consumers will tolerate some degree of financial pain, despite the fact that he was elected on this platform of causing less economic pain than people had been experiencing through inflation during the last 4 years.
And fixing the economy on day one.
Exactly. But it takes time. He'll say that give him 6 to 12 months before he owns this economy. That's his approach. So he'll characterize this as fixing the wrongs still. There are still massive job cuts that are working its way through the system across the country. We don't yet know how that's going to feel, but he's going to argue that Elon Musk, who's leading that effort in many ways, is doing necessary work, that it's necessary pain. We're looking at a chamber here that has largely, when it comes to Republican lawmakers, not impeded him in any way. And for the Democratic lawmakers, any attempts they've made have been largely unsuccessful. So he feels pretty unconstrained. He will have to ask them, though, for money. Congress controls those purse strings, and you'll hear him ask about that when it comes to funding his priorities at the border.
And he's also, and we're going to get around to this later because the Congress is hard to work with there. We see the First Lady entering. First Lady Melania Trump, who was just on the Hill.
And right next to her was Steve Witkoff, a dear friend of the president's who's now taken on a large role in this administration as Mideast envoy.
Margaret, the president's, he's saying, judge me in a little while on the economy, but he's moving quickly on issues like Ukraine, right? He's not saying let that go slowly. It'll be interesting tonight to see which things he says, well, it'll take me a while, other things he's moving quickly. What's the latest on the set to between him and the president of Ukraine?
Well, that's going to be watched very closely tonight by our adversaries like China, who want to know how much maneuvering room they have, given the room given to Vladimir Putin, but also by the allies and partners. Ukraine's ambassador, just to give you a physical manifestation of this, John, is not up there with the First Lady as she was in the years past. She is down with the rest of the diplomatic corps. She is present. We know President Trump says he still wants to bring ultimately peace between Russia and Ukraine, but that is at the moment not happening. No negotiations underway.
And there we see the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, returning to familiar climes since he was a senator there from Florida. Walking down, the cabinet is arriving. Weijia Zhang is at the White House. I want to bring her in. Weijia, what can we expect to hear from this, from the president in these remarks?
John, I've been talking to White House sources all day here, and they say this is going to be a totally Trumpian speech when it comes to the tone. Even late this evening, he was huddling with his team and his speech writers to make last-minute edits because this is all going to be, they say, in his voice. And so the president has organized this speech into 4 very distinctive parts. He will start off talking about all the things he considers to be his accomplishments and then pivot to the economy. And we were told that he was going to talk about the, quote, mess that he inherited. And now we have excerpts to show what that means. Because, John, I have several excerpts here from his speech, and he will name check former President Biden several times. As an example, he will say Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control, and we are working hard to get it back down. The next part of his speech, he will make a direct plea to Congress to say that despite all of the things he has accomplished on the southern border, they need more border security funding, which you may remember a bipartisan bill to provide just that ultimately failed under the Biden administration. And then he will talk about foreign policy. And John, in these excerpts that the White House has provided, he does talk about Ukraine. He is going to say, I am tirelessly working to end the savage conflict in Ukraine, and talk about the billions of dollars that the U.S. has already sent. And another dig at Biden, saying Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent. But what we don't know is whether he'll break any news on where things currently stand, because of course we are watching this back and forth between the U.S. and Ukraine, between Trump and Zelensky, who issued a lengthy statement, stopping short of apologizing for what we saw in the Oval Office, but saying we need to get things back on course, John. And so there's so many things to watch here, but we are told again that this is going to be a big speech, and the president is going to have a lot of fun.
Okay, Weijia Jiang at the White House, thank you so much. As we watch as the cabinet members, there's RFK Jr., Health Secretary, and Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, and others making their way in right now. Let's go to Major Garrett for your expectations tonight, Major. I'm wondering in particular about foreign policy and upending the whole world order. Any thoughts on that?
Certainly, Maurice. As Margaret said, President Trump is much more aggressive and full of confidence this second time around as compared to the first time around. The White House has said the theme for tonight is a renewal of the American dream. I would say another theme is the president is essentially telling the country and anyone watching overseas, I am the voice of volatility, because volatility changes the status quo. President Trump has made it pretty clear, both internally with domestic politics here, whether it's diversity, equity, inclusion, transgender rights, cryptocurrency, immigration policy, jawboning the Federal Reserve, that he is a fan of volatility because it changes people's perspective. It rattles people's cages. And he wants that volatility extended not to our enemies. Hardly any discouraging words from President Trump about Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping. Lots of volatility with our closest geographic neighbors, Canada and Mexico, in the form of tariffs. Panama, talking about the Panama Canal, Greenland, and if not disparaging, certainly undermining some of the underpinnings of the transatlantic alliance and NATO. All of what Trump has done in the first 6 weeks is press the envelope on volatility to change people's perspective, change the conversation, keep him at the center of it, because he will tell the American people in so many words, when volatility occurs, that strengthens my ability to negotiate. And if you trust me to negotiate, all will end well. I'm not here to predict all will end well, but that will be the subtext of the president's remarks.
Major Garrett, thank you so much. Now we'd like to bring in Chief White House Correspondent Nancy Cordes. Nancy, hefty new tariffs on imported goods from Canada, Mexico, and China. Those went into effect today. China said it will retaliate. Canada is already hitting back. But now this afternoon, the Commerce Secretary said that, well, maybe I've been on the phone and maybe those tariffs will go away. Where are we on this?
Right. Policy moves fast in Trump world, sometimes from day to day, sometimes from hour to hour. And the Commerce Secretary now says that these new tariffs that were just imposed less than 24 hours ago could be lifted tomorrow. If President Trump is happy with what he's hearing from the leaders of Mexico and Canada. Is it that, or is it because the Dow fell 1,300 points in 2 days, and even some Republicans expressed alarm and said they didn't think that these tariffs were going to work? They felt that they would raise prices. You started hearing from big box retailers like Target and Best Buy saying they were going to have to raise their prices. Hard to say what triggered this, but we now know that it's looking like President Trump, for the second time in just about a month, could be stepping back from tariffs that he has wanted to impose on Canada and Mexico. It hasn't happened yet, so we can't say it's a guarantee, but this is something that will probably come as a big relief to members of his own party.
Okay, Nancy Cordes, thank you so much. Again, President running a little bit behind here. We will talk now to senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe with the latest from our CBS News polling. Ed, we've been looking at these same polls, and we have seen warning signs for the president when it comes to the economy in particular.
That's right, Maurice. He has a 51 to 49% approval rating right now, so evenly split, it would seem, amongst Americans. And when you ask them the question, what do you want to hear about tonight? Overwhelmingly, they want to hear him talk about lowering prices. And that's because, in part, 77% of Americans in our most recent CBS News poll say that their incomes are not keeping up with inflation. They also want to hear about his plans for Medicare and Medicaid amid conversation among Republicans about revamping that program. Less about things like cutting government spending, which, of course, has gotten such outsized attention given Elon Musk and that Department of Government Efficiency that have been slashing government operations across the federal government. Among those watching tonight, important to remember and think about who he's addressing. 54% of those planning to tune in tonight are Republican, therefore favor the president. That's almost the inverse of what we saw just a year ago when it was predominantly Democrats who supported President Biden who were tuning in and Republicans who were tuning out. So he knows that he has a mostly friendly audience tuning in to hear what he's been up to, which is part of why we know he's expected to tout these early moves that he's been making over the last 6 weeks. The other thing that's interesting about what Americans are perceiving about what he talks about tonight, 82% think, for example, that the economy should be a high priority for the president, but just 36% of Americans think the president's actually prioritizing that a lot. This is a confusing box when you first look at it, but what you realize here is what people are saying is, I want to hear more about the economy and inflation. I don't hear the president talking enough about that, which is telling why the White House today was so insistent to all of us. He will talk about the economy. He will talk about tariffs. He will talk about inflation. They see our numbers. They see other numbers that suggest people are still very concerned about issues of dollars and cents.
And of course, Ed O'Keefe, the peril for presidents taking their eye off the ball in the early part of their presidency when they were elected to fix the economy, Bill Clinton being one example, Barack Obama being the other. So there is some historical tough waters there for the presidents who ignore the economy. CBS News chief Washington analyst Bob Costa has been talking to his sources. Bob, what are your sources telling you? And picking up on Ed's point about this being a conversation with Republicans, not just Republican voters, but of course Republicans in the hall he'll be speaking to.
Great to be with you, John and Maurice and Margaret. When I talk to sources close to President Trump, they say when he reflects on this speech tonight, he's thinking back to that inaugural address just down the hall that was held inside the Capitol. And he had all of those billionaire CEOs flanking him. That was a projection of power. Now, just a few weeks later, with his address to a joint session of Congress, he wants to project his power in front of this Republican-controlled Congress.
Bob, do you know if this is going to be a long speech?
Mr.
The president
Speaker,
has, whoops,
the President
let's wait.
of the United States.
Rituals are somewhat familiar. That was the Sergeant of Arms, and of course people lining up, members of Congress who get there early so they can shake the president's hand. Bob Costa, back to you as we see the president go through a long handshaking session here. Back to your point about what your reporting was telling you.
What we see here, based on people close to the president, is a commander-in-chief who's totally at ease with the power he has won with this second term. It was just a little under 10 years ago he came down that escalator in New York. Now he's coming down inside of the House chamber to the lectern, and he has the Senate and the House behind him. He has much of Wall Street behind him, as uncomfortable as they are with tariffs. He has Silicon Valley, epitomized by Elon Musk, behind him in many respects. The challenge for him, I'm told by those close to him, is just how far can President Trump push his power at this moment. He has overcome an assassination attempt. He was convicted of a crime last year in New York. face civil, criminal charges, a federal investigation, now back in the White House. Can he really reframe the world, global politics and domestic politics, in his image? This speech tonight is not just a speech, I'm told. It's a statement about who he is and what kind of historic presidency he is trying to mount this time around.
And Bob, when you frame it that way, what a journey it has been since coming down that escalator in Trump Tower. Let's go now to Scott McFarland. He is inside the chamber. Scott, give us a feeling for what that's like right now.
You can see from my vantage point, Maurice, the Democrats largely are not standing. They're seated, they're not clapping, they're not moving as President Trump walks towards the dais. Some of them you'll see, Maurice and John, some of the House Democrats are wearing these very bright pink blazers, members of the Democratic Women's Caucus. They say that is a unified visual of protest against President Trump. There'll also be a few empty seats on the House Democratic side. Several members are sitting this out, saying they can't be in the same room with Donald Trump at this moment. This is his first time in this House chamber speaking to Congress since the January 6th riot by Trump supporters. I'll also note this. Up here in the top level with me, Elon Musk wearing a suit in the guest box. He's standing and clapping next to the FBI director, Kash Patel, and members of the Trump family. They're seated to the president's left when he gets up to the dais and begins speaking.
We see the president there speaking to the combatant commanders. You saw him shaking hands with Supreme Court justices. Worth noting tonight the amount of power that is in the Capitol all at once. We are told that the designated survivor tonight is VA Secretary, Veterans Affairs Secretary Doug Collins, who is in a secure location, according to our Olivia Rinaldi, because certainly this is a focus of those who wish us ill will.
And just as they go through another round of applause, Caitlin Huey-Burns is up on the Hill. Caitlin, what are Democrats doing in preparation for tonight?
Well, after this election, Democrats have been trying to figure their way out of the wilderness, and they've been hearing an earful from their constituents back home who want them to do more, do what they can to oppose the president. Remember, they are in the minority and are limited legislatively in what they can do. But the House Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, urged Democrats to show up today to show their strength in opposition to the president. Remember, it just takes 3 Republicans to defect in order for Democrats to blow everything up here. The majority that Republicans have is indeed fragile. Democrats are trying to hold it together in opposition to this president, and we'll see how they do it tonight.
Okay, so the speaker is supposed to introduce the president. See if that happens as he basks in the moment.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States, members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back. Six weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started. I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before. The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it. The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes. We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country. And won counties in our country, 2,700 to 525, on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican. Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever. Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session. Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
That is Congressman Green of Texas, 77 years old. He is being escorted out of the chamber at the order of the Speaker of the House because he was not maintaining decorum during the president's speech.
Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it. In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many. And what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever. They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month, and virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that? This is my 5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way. So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again. Every day, my administration is fighting to deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid. I terminated the ridiculous Green New scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council. We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction. To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first term. And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job. And we've ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good. And I have stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back. And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America. I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And likewise, I renamed, for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again. Beautiful Alaska. We love Alaska. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military. And our country will be woke no longer. We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important. You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports. Three years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding. And if you really want to see numbers, just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours. It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with it any longer. What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world. Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never. Never going to let that happen. Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again. Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control, and we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job. A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now. And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill. My administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA. To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars. And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps. Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight. Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe. They just don't want to admit that. Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender. This is real. $32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program. $20 million for a program. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. We know what we're doing. We should use it ourselves. Now, $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education, the most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud. And we've taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taking back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old. It lists 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them, and we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid, and nobody does, and it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby. Including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229, one person between the age of 240 and 249, and one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years older than our country. But we're going to find out where that money's going, and it's not going to be pretty. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families. And today, interest rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it. With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country, we will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money. Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk-takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again. Any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over. And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there. They're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax. Thank you. It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors. And I also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America. And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word, isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world. And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country. In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025. And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country. First term. We had a great first term. If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea. But that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was. And so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not, just one day cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them. If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that, too. They don't even allow us in their market. We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before. I did it with China, and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer. Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won. Apple announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market, announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on earth right here in the USA. And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people. And they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to. Our new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer. Who will now be selling into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you. Because there's goods that come in from other countries and companies. They're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in, and they hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases, and I said, just bear with me, and they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again, and this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases, and we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it, and it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too. It's all going to happen. And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel, because if we don't have, as an example, steel and lots of other things, we don't have a military, and frankly, we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama, Jeff Denard. Has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer fire department, raised 7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh. And look where Biden took us, very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States. Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by two impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. Thank you, John. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is a terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world. Because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies, they are now strongly embedded in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast. And I want to thank Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE, law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement. Have to. Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Riley, the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren. Last year, I told Laken's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act. It's called the Laken-Riley Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful Laken Hope Riley. Thank you very much. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you. The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation, we must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president. Thank you. Joe Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them to overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country. Entire towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, buckled under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America. But there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know, Alexis Nungari from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter, and earlier tonight I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order? Thank you very much. All three savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations. They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them. Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy. In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them, Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much. Thank you, Roberto. And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great gentleman. The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war on America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing. Five nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy. First time ever. But we need Mexico and Canada to do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it. And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns. In recent years, our justice system has been turned upside down by radical left lunatics. Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me. My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bondi, good luck. So important. Going to do a great job. Cash, thank you. Thank you, Cash. They've already started very strong. They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it. This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable people, and we'll never forget them. And besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice. 1 year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much. Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest, and we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, and we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer, and tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law. I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed. Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer. But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago. Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer, actually a number of times. The police love him, the police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service. Thank you, DJ. DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new presidential commission to make America healthy again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How quickly they forget. Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons out of our food supply, and keep our children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism, 1 in 10,000. And now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong. 1 in 36. Think of that. So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby? Good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you. Thank you. My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January, Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology. I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth. And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie. And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you. Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone. And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations. And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well. I am pleased to report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years, and that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference. And you know, it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country, and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing, and thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. We're joined tonight by a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight of that call of duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a 6-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets. Thank you. Jason, you're going to be on the long gray line, Jason. As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future. As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA. And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places, they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it. And the United States should have it too, right, Tim, right? They should have it too. So I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it. Just today, a large American company announced they are buying both ports around the Panama Canal and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals. The Panama Canal was built by Americans for Americans, not for others, but others could use it. But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. They died of malaria. They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice place to work. They paid them very highly to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die. The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history, if you bring it up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1. But that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. And we have Marco Rubio in charge. Good luck, Marco. Now, we know who to blame if anything goes wrong. Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it. He got 100 votes. You know, he was approved with actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes. And I'm either very, very happy about that, or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you. He's doing a great job. Great job. And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security, and we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security, and I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it. We will keep you safe. We will make you rich, and together we will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible before. It's a very small population, but very, very large piece of land and very, very important for military security. America is once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity, and he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice. And I want to thank especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was shown that when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. Just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called, and everybody was on the line, and they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child, brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords. And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People haven't been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense with no security, with no anything. Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes. $2,000 people are being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans. But I want it to stop. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine, by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. But that didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you. I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago. Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end this senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malphine, that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight. To Mark and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally. That was not pleasant. And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage. And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes later, at that same rally, gunfire rang out, and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs. 2 others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of 2 great country doctors, we thought they were gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their two beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you. To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his three beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before. I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk to the astronauts who touched the moon, Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom. And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building, the mighty Hoover Dam, and the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age, these workers who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities, these warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty, and it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be our greatest era. With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher, and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we are going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond. And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit. And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day, we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve. My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future, because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Yes?
And that appears to conclude an hour and 40-some-odd minute speech by the president. It's the longest speech of its kind. President Trump moved through a flurry of the actions he's taken in the first 43 days of his administration: deportations, tariffs, ending environmental regulations, reinstating merit-based hiring, revoking diversity and inclusion measures. He blamed the Biden administration at several turns in a way that presidents don't usually in these kinds of speech. He praised Elon Musk and the efforts of his department. And I would say, just as a final note, he gave the speech to half the room, the Republican half tilting his body because the Democrats were having none of it. But as a final note, I'd note that while voters say that lowering prices is their key issue, it was arguably the thing that got him elected, he spent very little of the speech on that, and indeed, he devoted more direct attention and detail to the issue, to transgender issues, than he did to lowering consumer prices.
Right you are, John. Couple thoughts here. How'd you like to be Elissa Slotkin tonight? The Michigan senator is set to give the Democratic response. She's been waiting, I'm going to guess, impatiently, because she's going to go next, and it's going to be late and fewer people will see it. The divide in American politics on full display. 3 minutes after he declared that America is back, Democrats started booing and yelling, and that's when Congressman Al Green, Democrat of Texas, was then singled out as being too loud and out of order and unruly, and so the speaker ordered him removed. Just an unbelievable moment. I mean, you remember when Obama was speaking back in 2008, and back then the congressman from South Carolina,
Joe Wilson
yelled out, "You lie," and we were all shocked by that. Tonight, Trump kept going, didn't miss a beat, and continued to list his laundry list of accomplishments. And as you say, John, he didn't say that much about the economy. You're going to have to wonder if that was a missed opportunity tonight.
Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan is here. Margaret.
Well, John and Maurice, this really felt like a campaign rally speech, more slogan than substantive policy, even down to referring to Joe Biden as the worst president in history. You were very diplomatic, John, when you said words that you don't often hear in these chambers like that. These were very raucous lawmakers. The Democratic side thinly attended. You saw pink shirts. You saw signs up protesting Elon Musk, mentioning cuts to Medicaid. That's a reference to a fight in Congress they're about to have over spending and cuts to come. He also, in his speech, the president did ask on the economic front American farmers to bear with him, a reference there to the tariff fight that may escalate with China, Canada, and Mexico. He referred to the Afghanistan withdrawal that he negotiated by saying that he has gotten Pakistan to agree to send one of the terrorists who carried it out here. He had a number of announcements like that calling people out in the audience, always the showman, and he did that here tonight. But he also, interestingly, made some policy announcements. He said he wants to repeal this bipartisan bill that has this massive investment in computer chips, things that have to do with competition with China. It was interesting that he chose in the chamber tonight to go there.
Wondering what it was like on the floor tonight. Scott McFarland, you are there. Give us a peek, Scott.
Yeah, Maurice, it was a horribly tense feeling in this chamber at moments. After Congressman Green of Houston was ejected, there was this loud, visceral, ugly screaming inside the chamber, directed at Mr. Green, then directed between both parties and each other. There was another moment when Congresswoman Melanie Stansbury of New Mexico was holding up a white sign that said, "This is not normal." A Republican snatched the paper from her hand and threw it across the room. And then there were the protests from some House Democrats. One after another, they walked out mid-speech. At some point, some of them turned their backs on the president, waited there a moment, then departed. Among those who left, Maxwell Frost of Florida, Jasmine Crockett of Texas, but also there were those empty seats that were so noticeable as the protests continued. And John, Maurice, and Margaret, first time I can remember a State of the Union where the minority party didn't stand once for anything.
Scott McFarland there reporting from the hall. It was also notable, Scott, since you covered the January 6th prosecutions and also the fallout from it, that the president spoke at length about trusting and protecting law enforcement officers. He, of course, pardoning those in the January 6th attack on the Capitol that attacked officers as well.
He's about to walk out the door that those rioters tried to enter January 6, 2021. He's about to walk out that very door.
The president mentioned his predecessor a lot during the congressional address, and Weijia Zhang is at the White House. Weijia, this was as much of a campaign speech as you can have in that, or at least as we've ever seen in that venue.
Yeah, there were so many points, John, where he sounded like candidate Trump and not President Trump. It's one thing to lay the blame on the Biden administration to explain why we are in this situation with the economy. His advisors have been saying we've only been here for 6 weeks. But the real issue here is what he is going to do about it. And White House officials said that Trump would lay out a specific plan and talk about all the things that his team would be doing to bring down prices. But the things he talked about were things that were not new and things that require time. And we know that when it comes to economic policy, time is not on a president's side when people are expecting immediate relief. So he talked about domestic energy production. He talked about waste, fraud, and abuse. And he talked about dealing with the bird flu. But, John, he did not really answer what he's doing right now to bring down the prices.
Okay, Weijia Zhang at the White House. Thank you. And coming up, the Democratic response to the president's address to Congress. You are watching CBS News.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like health care. That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. That means a civil conversation with perspective.
Sunday morning, Wicked Oscar nominee Cynthia Erivo. A few words from Flo, plus 100 years of The New Yorker. Listen for the trumpet.
It was almost like being face-to-face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
CBS Sunday night.
Here we go.
The ultimate tradition continues.
From what I've seen, it's like chaos.
America's longest running news magazine show is back.
For 60 minutes!
at 60 Minutes.
With a new season.
Hey, let's go.
You're willing to talk about anything.
I'm open to all of it. Ask me the hard-hitting questions.
So how do you get over the nerves?
Honestly, it's a whole bunch of mind.
The most influential people.
Who's the best coach in college football?
Let me see a mirror so I can look at it.
Are you a billionaire yet?
None of your business, man. You trying to get me robbed?
Investigative journalism.
Am I getting a real look at what life is like in here today? Absolutely not.
Do you think people visiting know that these were looted?
When stories threaten our way of life, 60 Minutes demands answers.
This is the pager that Hezbollah was using.
Do you have hope that you may find him yet? They were asking me to do something that was illegal.
They're fighting for faulty parts?
Yeah.
What is the most important takeaway for our audience?
How big of a problem is doping?
Where was the military?
Why are people suspicious?
That sounds like a problem.
How is this possible?
Oh, come on.
Come on.
Whoa.
Wow.
What is going on?
I'm Scott Pelley.
I'm John Worth.
I'm Leslie Stahl.
I'm Bill Whitaker.
I'm Sharon Alfonsi.
I'm Cecilia Vega.
I'm Anderson Cooper.
This is 60 Minutes.
The CBS News original.
Showtime, baby.
It's time for 60 Minutes Sunday on CBS. Don't miss a minute. Now streaming. What happens when you get conversation over conflict?
I think they've taught me to have grace and compassion.
When we follow the human side of the headline.
I'm not asking that we ignore disability, rather that we do not ignore ability.
When news takes you where the story happens.
We've just crossed into Lebanon.
When the world's best journalists come together to cover your world, you get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This is CBS.
In just a minute here, we're going to hear the Democratic response to President Trump's address from Senator Elisa Slotkin.
But before that, we're going to hear from our own Nicole Killian, who is going to tell us why Slotkin was picked. Nicole?
Well, as is the case with these rebuttals, often the minority party will pick a rising star within their ranks, and that includes a congresswoman, or who used to be a congresswoman, Senator Elisa Slotkin, who won Michigan, of course, by a very narrow margin, but was really a bright spot in the 2024 election, despite some pretty major losses for the Democrats. So this is an opportunity to try to chart a path forward in terms of Democrats' messaging and strategy and deliver a strong rebuttal to the president's message tonight.
Okay, thanks, Nicole. We're going to listen now to Senator Elisa Slotkin.
So I promise to be a lot shorter than what you just watched. I won't take it personally if you've never heard of me. I'm the new senator from the great state of Michigan, where I grew up. I've been in public service my entire life, because I happened to be in New York City on 9/11 when the Twin Towers came down. Before the smoke cleared, I knew I wanted to make a life in national security. I was recruited by the CIA and did 3 tours in Iraq alongside the military. In between, I worked at the White House under President Bush and President Obama, 2 very different leaders who both believed that America is exceptional. You can find that same sense of patriotism here in Wyandotte, Michigan, where I'm speaking from tonight. It's a working-class town just south of Detroit. President Trump and I both won here in November. It might not seem like it, but plenty of places like this still exist across the United States. Places where people believe that if you work hard and play by the rules, you should do well and your kids should do better. It reminds me of how I grew up. My dad was a lifelong Republican, my mom a lifelong Democrat. But it was never a big deal, because we had shared values that were bigger than any one party. We just went through another fraught election season. Americans made it clear that prices are too high and that the government needs to be more responsive to their needs. America wants change, but there's a responsible way to make change and a reckless way. And we can make that change without forgetting who we are as a country and as a democracy. So that's what I'm going to lay out tonight. Because whether you're from Wyandotte or Wichita, most Americans share 3 core beliefs: that the middle class is the engine of our country, that strong national security protects us from harm, and that our democracy, no matter how messy, is unparalleled and worth fighting for. Let's start with the economy. Michigan literally invented the middle class, the revolutionary idea that you could work at an auto plant and afford the car you were building. That's the American dream. And in order to expand and protect the middle class, we have to do a few basic things. We need to bring down the price of things we spend the most money on: groceries, housing, healthcare. We need to make more things in America with good-paying union jobs and bring our supply chains back home from places like China. We need to give American businesses the certainty they need to invest and create the jobs of the future. And we need a tax system that's fair for people who don't happen to make $1 billion. Look, the president talked a big game on the economy, but it's always important to read the fine print. So, do his plans actually help Americans get ahead? Not even close. President Trump is trying to deliver an unprecedented giveaway to his billionaire friends. He's on the hunt to find trillions of dollars to pass along to the wealthiest in America. And to do that, he's going to make you pay in every part of your life. Grocery and home prices are going up, not down, and he hasn't laid out a credible plan to deal with either of those. His tariffs on allies like Canada will raise prices on energy, lumber, and cars, and start a trade war that will hurt manufacturing and farmers. Your premiums and prescriptions will cost more because the math on his proposals doesn't work without going after your health care. Meanwhile, for those keeping score, the national debt is going up, not down. And if he's not careful, he could walk us right into a recession. And one more thing. In order to pay for his plan, he could very well come after your retirement, the Social Security, Medicare, and VA benefits you worked your whole life to earn. The president claims he won't, but Elon Musk just called Social Security the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. While we're on the subject of Elon Musk, is there anyone in America who is comfortable with him and his gang of 20-year-olds using their own computer servers to poke through your tax returns, your health information, and your bank accounts? No oversight, no protections against cyber attack, no guardrails on what they do with your private data. We need a more efficient government. You want to cut waste? I'll help you do it. But change doesn't need to be chaotic or make us less safe. The mindless firing of people who work to protect our nuclear weapons, keep our planes from crashing, and conduct the research that finds the cure for cancer, only to rehire them 2 days later? No CEO in America could do that without being summarily fired. Okay, so we've talked about economic security. How about national security? Let's start with the border. As someone who spent my whole career protecting our homeland, every country deserves to know who and what is coming across its border. Period. Democrats and Republicans should all be for that. But securing the border without actually fixing our broken immigration system is dealing with the symptom and not the disease. America is a nation of immigrants. We need a functional system keyed to the needs of our economy that allows vetted people to come and work here legally. So I look forward to the president's plan on that. Because here's the thing. Today's world is deeply interconnected. Migration, cyber threats, AI, environmental destruction, terrorism. One nation cannot face these issues alone. We need friends in all corners, and our safety depends on it. President Trump loves to say peace through strength. That's actually a line he stole from Ronald Reagan. But let me tell you, after the spectacle that just took place in the Oval Office last week, Reagan must be rolling in his grave. We all want an end to the war in Ukraine, but Reagan understood that true strength required America to combine our military and economic might with moral clarity. And that scene in the Oval Office wasn't just a bad episode of reality TV. It summed up Trump's whole approach to the world. He believes in cozying up to dictators like Vladimir Putin and kicking our friends like the Canadians in the teeth. He sees American leadership as merely a series of real estate transactions. As a Cold War kid, I'm thankful it was Reagan and not Trump in office in the 1980s. Trump would have lost us the Cold War. Donald Trump's actions suggest that in his heart, he doesn't believe we're an exceptional nation. He clearly doesn't think we should lead the world. Look, America is not perfect, but I stand with the majority of Americans who believe we are still exceptional, unparalleled. And I would rather have American leadership over Chinese or Russian leadership any day of the week. Because for generations, America has offered something better. Our security and our prosperity, yes, but our democracy, our very system of government, has been the aspiration of the world. And right now, it's at risk. It's at risk when the president decides you can pick and choose what rules you want to follow, when he ignores court orders and the Constitution itself, or when elected leaders stand by and just let it happen. But it's also at risk when the president pits Americans against each other, when he demonizes those who are different and tells certain people they shouldn't be included. Because America is not just a patch of land between two oceans. We are more than that. Generations have fought and died to secure the fundamental rights that define us. Those rights and the fight for them make us who we are. We're a nation of strivers, risk takers, innovators, and we are never satisfied. That is America's superpower. And look, I've lived and worked in many countries. I've seen democracies flicker out. I've seen what life is like when a government is rigged. You can't open a business without paying off a corrupt official. You can't criticize the guys in charge without getting a knock at the door in the middle of the night. So as much as we need to make our government more responsive to our lives today, don't for one moment fool yourself that democracy isn't precious and worth saving. But how do we actually do that? I know a lot of you have been asking that question. First, don't tune out. It's easy to be exhausted, but America needs you now more than ever. If previous generations had not fought for this democracy, where would we be today? Second, hold your elected officials, including me, accountable. Watch how they're voting. Go to town halls and demand they take action. That's as American as apple pie. Third, organize. Pick just one issue you're passionate about and engage. And doom scrolling doesn't count. Join a group that cares about your issue and act. And if you can't find one, start one. Some of the most important movements in our history have come from the bottom up. In closing, we all know that our country is going through something right now. We're not sure what the next day is going to hold, let alone the next decade. But this isn't the first time we've experienced significant and tumultuous change as a country. I'm a student of history, and we've gone through periods of political instability before. And ultimately, we've chosen to keep changing this country for the better. But every single time, we've only gotten through those moments because of two things: engaged citizens and principled leaders. Engaged citizens who do a little bit more than they're used to doing to fight for the things that they care about, and principled leaders who are ready to receive the ball and do something about it. So thank you tonight for caring about your country. Just by watching, you qualify as engaged citizens. And I promise that I and my fellow Democrats will do everything in our power to be the principled leaders that you deserve. Good night, everyone.
The Democratic response there tonight from freshman Michigan Senator Elisa Slotkin. She promised she'd keep it short. That was about 10 minutes. The president tonight spoke for an hour and 40. Let's get our final thoughts here tonight from our team in Washington. Let's start with Major Garrett. Major, what'd you see tonight?
So I've learned to be humble about analyzing speeches like this because the country often catches on to things that those of us in Washington might not sift the way the country does. When the president listed things that he thought were extravagant examples of wasteful spending, those of us around this table might say, well, that's not going to be enough, even if you cut all that to balance the budget, which is $840 billion out of balance. But Americans will hear it and say, wait a minute, those things sound wasteful to me. Sounds like Elon Musk and the president are on to something. There was also tremendous emotive power in several parts of the speech that I think will resonate across the country. Whether it's Laken Riley slaying her mother and sister, or Mark and his mother, Malphine Fogel, rescued or brought back from Russia, or a Border Patrol agent, Roberto Ortiz, or Stephanie Diller, the surviving spouse of a slain New York City police officer. Those things carry emotional weight, not only in the moment, but probably inevitably in the pass-around social media dissection of this speech. I keep my eyes and ears tuned to emotional moments like that often jump over the instantaneous Beltway analysis.
Robert Costa is also down there in Washington. Bob, what'd you make of the speech?
John, a brief reflection on what we just heard. So many Americans watched President Trump tonight and saw Democrats walking out of the chamber. Others were holding up signs calling Elon Musk someone who's stealing from the country. There was a lot of anger and frustration among the Democrats on the House floor. Talking to Democrats tonight via text message, those watching the speech, they see in Senator Slotkin a glimmer of hope for the party as it looks towards 2025 and 2026. A young female lawmaker, someone with national security credentials. They look at Abigail Spanberger in Virginia, someone with a similar profile running for governor of Virginia this year. And they know the party is facing its challenges as it faces off against President Trump and these Republican majorities in Congress. But they're trying to find their footing. And tonight they look at Senator Slotkin and her message about the economy, an approachable tone, and they're hoping this maybe sets the mark for them when it comes to competing with President Trump, who right now certainly, in the eyes of both Democrats and Republicans I've spoken with, has his grip firmly on power in Washington and in the world.
Okay, Robert Costa, thank you. As we bring in Nancy Cordes here, the polls we looked at and we have here at CBS, Nancy, show that people wanted to hear more about the economy tonight. I'm wondering if you thought the president did enough of that.
It's interesting, Maurice. This is a president who doesn't like to admit weakness very often, and yet in his speech tonight, he did admit that there could be some temporary downsides to the tariffs that he says he is determined to impose around the world. He said that there could be a bit of an adjustment period. He said there may be a little disturbance in prices, which is a big admission when you consider that voters tell us time and time again that their biggest issue is inflation. Still, the president said he is not changing course. He plans to impose those reciprocal tariffs. He said, whatever they tariff us, we'll tariff them. If you don't make your product in America, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. He insists that in the long run, this will help the U.S. economy, bringing companies back from overseas. But so many Americans right now are worried about the short run.
Nancy Cordes in Washington. Thank you, Nancy. That's going to be the last word. Thank you to our team here at CBS News and for all of you for sticking with us and watching us with our coverage of the president's address to Congress. It'll continue on your local news and tomorrow on CBS Mornings. I'm John Dickerson with Maurice Dubois.
Oh, good night.
Good night.
Let's do it! Let's go! Let's do this! I can see clearly now that the rain is gone. Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, gal. Yeah, boy!
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Ooh, it's hot.
That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
And that appears to conclude an hour and 40-some-odd minute speech by the president. It's the longest speech of its kind. President Trump moved through a flurry of the actions he's taken in the first 43 days of his administration: deportations, tariffs, ending environmental regulations, reinstating merit-based hiring, revoking diversity and inclusion measures. He blamed the Biden administration at several turns in a way that presidents don't usually in these kinds of speech. He praised Elon Musk and the efforts of his department.